Yes, from Standing Finance, I think there's enough members here.
Morning, Chair. This is Nkululeko from the Select Committee on Finance. We have enough members, but I don't see the co-chairperson as yet, Chair.
Okay. Let's start. I think she's engaged somewhere, but she promised that she will join us. Okay, there we are. Well, welcome. Can you please put the agenda on the screen? In the meantime, let me officially open the meeting of the Joint Standing Committee and the Select Committee on Finance to conduct public hearings on the 2026 Fiscal Framework and Revenue proposals. You are all welcome. Welcome, honorable members. Welcome our support teams from both the houses. Welcome the stakeholders who are here. Welcome the media and everybody who's in attendance. Do we have apologies?
Okay, from Standing Committee on Finance, it's Honorable Lekhanyane, and then from the Ministry is the Deputy Minister, Sarupun. Thanks, Chair.
From the Select on Finance Chairperson, we have two apologies, Mr. Brits and Ms. Lekwase. They will be joining a little bit late, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, those are the apologies. As you can see, the agenda today is quite very long. We will finish late, and we don't want to deny any stakeholder who's here an opportunity to present your case. So you are each allocated, it's 10 minutes. Alan Kululeko.
Yes, Chairperson, it's 10 minutes.
So I will request those who are going to make presentations representing stakeholders or themselves to time themselves. Please put a timer before you and strictly stick to 10 minutes. As you can see, that if we go by the way the program is, we are going to finish around 2. Yes, and by then members are supposed to be in the house. Be that as it may, let's go to 2.1. And as I've said that today we are receiving public submissions. So you are all welcome, stakeholders. Feel free to express yourselves. And some of you, I think you have also sent us your presentations. So just speak to the presentation and not follow it as it is, because 10 minutes is not enough. So we have your presentations. Let's start with DG Murray Trust. So DG Murray Trust, please time yourself. If you have got a PowerPoint presentation, you can flight it. And as I've said, speak to it and stick to 10 minutes. Over to you, DG Murray Trust.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Would it be possible for the tech support on hand to share my slides? I'm not sure why I'm not able to do so from my side.
Hi, Kashifa. You are a co-host. You can share your slides.
Okay, let me just double check what's going on my end, but I'll begin speaking just to save some time. The DG Murray Trust would like to express today that we do support the 3.4% increase in excise duties contained in the 2026 budget. However, maintaining excise taxes at inflation largely maintains the current affordability of alcohol and does little to reduce harmful consumption. So our submission today focuses on how strengthening alcohol pricing can reduce violence, protect children, and reduce long-term pressure on public services. Our position today is quite clear. Firstly, we'd like to emphasize that alcohol excise taxes should increase in real terms. An inflation-linked adjustment, as I've said, may protect revenue, but it does not meaningfully reduce harmful consumption. Real increases are needed to ensure that alcohol becomes less affordable over time, particularly for heavy drinkers, to move prices closer to the social and fiscal cost of alcohol harm. If you could please go to the second slide. Secondly, policy should focus on reducing harmful consumption, especially heavy and episodic drinking, and it is why the DG Murray Trust is particularly excited about pairing excise taxes with what is called minimum unit pricing to tackle extremely cheap alcohol. And then lastly, pricing policy should include complementary tools, as I'd mentioned, like minimum unit pricing. And of course, we'd like to acknowledge that we know that pricing policy is not a silver bullet for alcohol harm, and that it should be complemented by things like restrictions on advertising, etc. Next slide, please. Alcohol harm in South Africa is quite extensive and quite severe, and echoed by the president during his SONA address earlier this year. We know that the impact of alcohol is far-reaching and especially impacts the well-being of children. Up to 55% of trauma cases in hospitals in South Africa, as found by this study, are associated with alcohol. Around 1 in 11 children in some communities in South Africa are living with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and South Africa is currently the leading nation when it comes to fetal alcohol spectrum disorders in the world. Alcohol is also associated with 63.5% of murders that occur between midnight and 4 a.m., especially over weekends, and up to 60% of women killed by an intimate partner in femicide had alcohol involvement in that matter. So these figures highlight the central role alcohol plays in violence, injury, and long-term developmental harm. Next slide, please. While COVID-19 brought challenges, it did bring with it a natural experiment. And what it showed was that removing alcohol availability or restricting alcohol availability reduced femicides by as much as 63% during those restrictions during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this shows us that there is a strong correlation between alcohol availability and violent harm. Next slide, please. We also have a deep challenge with inequality in South Africa, as we all know, and alcohol harm exacerbates that inequality quite significantly. Research shows that people in lower income groups are about 4.5 times more likely to die from alcohol-related causes than those in higher income groups. These are communities that are reliant on public health care. These are communities that are reliant on policing and on social services. So alcohol harm does not only affect individuals and families, but it affects these places, and these places that are continue to sustain fiscal pressure on the state, which we can relieve if we address alcohol pricing. Next slide, please. So we understand that alcohol has a role to play in our society, it has a role to play in our economy, and that moderate consumption does have some benefit to the economy. However, as alcohol consumption increases, the social and economic costs rise sharply. We have things like productivity losses, costs to healthcare, costs related to addressing crime. It impacts on our tourism, it impacts on community safety, etc. So while we acknowledge that alcohol should exist and the industry should be able to participate in the economy, this needs to be maintained at low to moderate consumption to ensure that the economic gains are equal. And next slide, please. And when we talk about this equal, this is what we're referring to here. Alcohol harm is costing South Africa far more than what alcohol actually contributes. So studies have shown that alcohol harm costs South Africa about 10 to 12% of GDP. And in today's time, that equates to about 800 billion rand. Whereas recent reports by industry indicate that contributions are about 226 billion rand, round about 3.6%. We can do so much with even just a fraction of that 800 billion rand. How many more RDP homes can we build? How many more child support grants can we administer? There is so much more that can be done if we manage to regain that cost into our fiscus. Next slide, please. So we need to understand today that there is an opportunity for us here to address these harms. And so our recommendations today are pretty practical. As I said earlier, that we need to increase excise taxes in real terms so that alcohol becomes less affordable over time and better reflects its social costs. And second, we need to address extremely cheap alcohol, including exploring pricing policies that are linked to alcohol content. And lastly, DG Murray Trust would like to express that we support the SARS Commissioner's already outlined 5-point plan to combat illicit trade, and want to emphasize that it is possible for us to address illicit trade without halting pricing reform. I'd like to close there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, DG Murray Trust, and also for saving almost 3 minutes of your time. Thanks very much. The next stakeholder, South African Alcohol Policy Alignment, SAPA. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair, and I am also unable to share my screen. May I ask that I am enabled or my presentation is shared?
I've just made you co-host, Nomo.
Thank you very much. Let me try and see if it works. Okay, it seems like it's working for me. Thank you very much. I trust you can see my screen now. If I can just get confirmation.
Yes,
Yes.
please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody that is present here today. We are the South African Alcohol Policy Alliance, and we represent over 100 civil society organizations in the country as well as in the region, and as well as communities based in different provinces in South Africa. And what we would like to present is the use of excise tax to reduce harm. And basically what we're saying is the challenge that we're facing is a policy problem. Alcohol harm is costing South Africa far more than it generates. And alcohol contributes significantly to gender-based violence, road crashes and fatalities, violent harm and injuries, reduced workplace productivity, rising healthcare and policing costs. Research, as the previous speaker has spoken, has indicated, it estimates that alcohol harm costs South Africa about 12% of our GDP, far exceeding the tax revenue generated from alcohol sales. So basically what we are saying as communities in South Africa, we are saying alcohol is imposing a huge burden on our society, more than what current pricing policies reflect. Inflation-only taxes do not work. When excise taxes only rise with inflation, alcohol becomes more affordable over time. Consumption does not decline, public health policies lose effectiveness. If income grows faster than alcohol prices, alcohol becomes cheaper in real terms. Therefore, demand reduction policies are undermined. And we've got a national drug master plan in South Africa that is then rendered ineffective simply because the price of alcohol still remains, it still rises at inflation levels. Excise taxes are proven public policy. We've got international evidence. It shows that higher alcohol prices lead to reduced heavy drinking, lower youth initiation, which is a serious problem that we're facing in our country, fewer road crashes and injuries, reduced violence, increased government revenue. And that one is very, very important because it is, as an organization and as communities, we realize that our government does need to get the revenue. We do not negate that. And we are saying, though, that there are evidence-based interventions that can be implemented, including excise taxes. And that with MUP, minimum unit pricing, can definitely be what we can use to make sure that we are dealing with the challenges that we're facing at the same time whilst maintaining the revenue that we need. WHO identifies alcohol taxation as a best buy policy for reducing harm. Many countries are now implementing health taxes that increase above inflation. And then we've also got the WHO 3x35 initiative, which aims to revitalize health taxes as a powerful tool to reduce harmful consumption, save lives, and generate vital public revenue. And we cannot say that the WHO evidence is perhaps something that we're questioning, because as a country, we acknowledge the WHO as an agency that we also have a mandate to ensure that we are implementing whatever it is that is evidence-based, that they have produced to assist us as nations. Fiscal opportunity for South Africa, this is it. South Africa's tax system relies heavily currently on personal income tax as well as corporate income tax. So what we are saying is, let's use health taxes to strengthen revenue, reduce long-term public spending, and also support fiscal consolidation. This is a fiscally responsible policy choice. Our recommendations as SAPA, and these are recommendations that SAPA is a civil society organization, but we are bringing these recommendations also on behalf of the communities that we have engaged. We have had public dialogues with them. We have had community engagements with them, and with faith-based communities. We've engaged schools, we've engaged all manner of people in civil society organizations as well as communities in South Africa. And one thing that is coming out clearly is we can no longer afford to ignore whatever is evidence-based that can assist us to deal with the challenge that we're facing regarding alcohol harm in our country. So what we're recommending to Parliament is that Parliament considers above inflation excise tax increases. We are asking that to increase alcohol excise tax 6 to 10% above inflation annually. Introduce minimum unit pricing. This will prevent extremely cheap alcohol. Ring-fence a percentage of health tax revenue. That will fund treatment programs, community prevention, as well as road safety. And then we acknowledge that there is a challenge with illicit trade. We are not negating that. But what we are saying is, let us then implement track and trace systems as well as stronger compliance and licensing. Currently, we've got taverns that are all over. Every week, there's a tavern that is popping up in our communities. And we are saying, can we please deal with this? In terms of dealing with it, what we are proposing is, as we are dealing with the above inflation increases, let's also strengthen the enforcement. The key message to our Parliament, we're saying excise tax is one of the most effective tools. Reduce alcohol harm, generate sustainable revenue, as well as support fiscal consolidation. Inflation increases are not enough, and this is worth repeating. We should adopt above inflation health taxes as part of a comprehensive public health strategy. The true cost of alcohol can no longer be ignored. Our communities are drowning. Everywhere you go in South Africa, communities are saying something needs to be done. And the trucks that are coming into our communities, they need to be reduced. The trucks that are carrying so much alcohol, we cannot allow it to continue anymore because we are suffering as communities, and we are asking that Parliament assists us and helps us to deal with this challenge. Alcohol harm is costing South Africa far more than it generates. And with that, we say thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity for us to present to the committees.
Thanks very much, Sapa, and also for saving time that you were allocated. Thanks for that. The next stakeholder, Sovereign Africa Rating, SAR, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I will just share my screen to present. Right. So Sovereign Africa Ratings as an organization is just seeking clarity on some of the credit risk factors that will assist us in our credit assessment at sovereign and sub-sovereign level for the sovereign or the country. Our first theme would be on fiscal policy. So we noted that Treasury is transitioning from rigid numerical targets to principle-led fiscal anchors. While we accept that this offers flexibility, it does create potential transparency gaps. The specific questions or clarity that we require here is from Treasury on the specific criteria that will be used to determine compliance under this new principle-led model. Our next theme would be revenue volatility and debt stabilization. So our current debt stabilization path is highly sensitive to external factors, as we've noted. We are interrogating the margin of safety for our primary surplus. Furthermore, given the fiscus's heavy reliance on the mining sector, we require clarity on how revenue projections for the 26-27 fiscal years would withstand a correction in gold and PGM prices. So specific questions around this theme would be evaluating how a growth shortfall would affect the primary surplus required to keep our debt path on a stable path, and again addressing the 523 billion in outstanding tax debt, specifically the targets for recovery versus what is deemed irrecoverable at this point due to migration and liquidation. Our third theme would be on municipal debt and state-owned enterprise risk. We've noted that there is a persistent rise in municipal arrears. This reached 94.6 billion by March 2025, my apologies. This represents an off-balance sheet sovereign liability. We are investigating whether National Treasury has a contingency plan to absorb this debt to ensure obviously that Eskom's survival if local recovery efforts fail. Specific questions here would be surrounding, again, determining if Fiscus will eventually absorb the municipal arrears to ensure Eskom's survival, and defining the limits of the state's liability under this new model and how these quasi-guarantees will be reported. So the quasi-guarantees would be under the credit guarantee vehicle. Lastly, on service delivery and the social wage, Treasury is increasingly using fiscal mechanisms to drive local enforcement or performance rather. This includes ring fencing utility revenues and potentially stripping incapable municipalities of infrastructure control. We are seeking or asking for the legal and monitoring frameworks that will govern these interventions, specifically clarity around the legal thresholds for taking control of failing municipalities and the process for them to regain this fiscal autonomy. And also inquiring whether Treasury has the capacity to monitor in real time whether utility revenues are being diverted to cover operational costs such as payroll. And then finally, we seek an assessment of the long-term fiscal impact of the basic income grant. If this does become permanent, how does this affect our economic growth rate? And again, at what economic growth rate would we be able to continue with the permanent basic income without raising our taxes? Thank you, Chair. I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thanks very much, SAR, and also for the time that you have spent. You spoke for almost 5 minutes. Thanks for that. The next stakeholder, families for children. There you are. Families for Children, are you there?
Good morning. Yes, I'm trying to share my slides. Can I be enabled to share, please? Thank you, Chair.
You have been enabled.
Thank you. Mm. Good morning. Can you see my slides?
It's still loading.
I'll start before they come. My name is Rachel Rosentals, and I'm representing a joint submission on behalf of Families for Children, which is a consortium of 3 organizations, the South African National Child Rights Coalition and the South African Parenting Program Initiative, SAPIN. Thank you. Are you moving the slides or am I?
Yes, I will move the slide for you. You can continue.
Thank you so much. Please go to the next slide. I represent 150 children's sector organizations concerned with sustained support to all parents in South Africa. Parents are the only people who have a constant and routine relationship with children across their life course, and they have the greatest power to influence their development. Parents have an obligation in law and development to provide their children with the care they need to develop their full potential. And this in turn is key to ensuring that we as a country build the human capital we need to develop our development goals. Universal and sustained support for parents to do so must therefore appear and be actioned as a priority budget item. Next slide, please. The government is obliged in law and by its own development duty to use its resources to provide all parents with the support that they need to provide this care to children. And all of South Africa, all departments and NGOs have recognized this as a priority. We've also committed to advancing it through the national budget, national ECD, and childcare and protection policies. I'd like to refer the committee to the policy brief that we shared. It sets out the responsibilities and measures and shows how far government has come on these issues. There is still much to be done. The budget must enable all government agencies to fulfill their duties to create sustainable programs that enable parenting support for development. It is especially important in the first 1,000 days when the foundations are laid, but must continue thereafter for the lifetime of every child. In response to the last budget, we shared this image, and it shows the international evidence and the system that we seek. We want every child in South Africa to have an equal opportunity because they receive the key elements of nurturing care, because government enables this care by providing leadership policies and funds to universalize services across the 5 domains of health, nutrition, safety and security, opportunities for early learning, and responsive care. This enables parents to overcome the risks and adversities and provide nurturing care across all these 5 domains. As a result, children can develop to their full potential, and this creates inclusive human capital. Next slide, please. The budget speech and documents are presented as prudent and foundational to our national goals. However, a key element is missing. None of the country's budget is allocated to universalize parenting support. Next slide, please. The budget prioritizes investing additional funds in energy, transport, infrastructure, public and private partnerships, and these are very important. They also depend on sustainable human capital to drive and sustain them into the future. The budget also prioritizes building state capacity at provincial and local government to make sure that plans are developed and implemented with adequate budget to implement the listed priorities, and allocating ring-fence funds to provinces and local government to do so. But this does not extend to plans and budgets for ensuring parenting support. Next slide, please. The current budget, we conclude, is therefore not prudent, as in the past, the bulk of the budget goes to the social wage, and this is a good thing. It's It fails to fund the full range of parenting support services needed because there's no allocation for fundamental foundation. No additional funds are going to parent support services. No additional funds go to build the capacity of provinces and local government to fill this role. No ring-fence funds are allocated for this crucial constitutional and policy function, and the public-private partnership model doesn't entertain early childhood development that includes parents. We call on Parliament to change the budget, direct the Ministry of Finance to change the budget and the fiscal framework by explicitly prioritizing funding for comprehensive parenting support, ensuring that provinces and local government have the capacity to develop aligned plans and request, receive, and use the necessary funds, allocating ring-fence budgets from the additional fund to provinces and local government to enable and compel them to do so, and spelling out in their mandates, as set out in the accompanying policy brief on parenting support, and hold them to account. We know the government cannot fund this on their own. It depends on private funding as well, and the budget must spell out how much is needed and how much will come from private donors and how much from government. And it must be changed to ensure the new regulations on private-public partnerships include funding for parent support. That's all I have to say at this point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and also thanks for saving time. That was Families for Children. Next, Dr. Muller. Dr. Muller, are you there?
Chair, it doesn't look like Dr. Miller's on the platform at the moment.
Okay. When he comes, we'll go back to him. Breadline Africa.
Morning, Chair.
You are welcome.
Thank you. Let me just share my slide. Can you see my slides, Chair?
Yes.
Morning, Chair, honourable members. Firstly, thanks for having me. My name is Warren. I represent Breadline Africa, a non-profit organisation in the ECD sector and primary school sector. I just want to echo Rachel's comments from Families for Children, in support of her submission. So Breadline Africa, we've been around for 33 years. I'm not going to go into too much detail. Our focus is infrastructure and building safe centres for the children of the country. Obviously, it matters because of the amount of children in this country that go to school in dangerous buildings, and we look to build with our partners. Our buildings alone are nothing without the partners we work with. Purpose of this, the purpose of our submission is obviously to respond to the budget allocations impacting the ECD infrastructure, highlighting opportunities to strengthen funding and delivery, raise concerns, provide actionable recommendations, and help make sure the money government has budgeted for ECD actually results in real facilities. We always harp on the negative, but I think we need to focus on some positives first. And we welcome the 12.8 billion additional allocation to ECD, the R1 trillion infrastructure commitment, the municipal infrastructure grant reform, and the establishment of IFISA. Obviously, all of these might have some concerns, but we need to highlight there are some successes. Structural challenge is that ECD funding flows largely to subsidy and not to infrastructure. So a lot of that allocation of funding gets lost through the subsidy, and that doesn't find its way to a construction of a new centre. And SA needs over 100,000 of these new centres for the population. That's nearly 700,000 children between 3 and 4 that lack a learning space. Compliance barriers persist. This is a major issue from municipality to local level. to provincial level, it varies wherever we go, and that compliance needs to be maybe rectified, not for this platform. Our Thrive 5 numbers that came out show that only 46% of our 4-year-olds are on track. That's more than half that are falling behind. And quality infrastructure can directly influence these outcomes. The data results also show that children in the lowest quality settings are 2.5 times less likely to be on track. Our concerns on the subsidy side is the subsidy remained at 24 Rand per child. And this is a real-term decline due to rising costs. There's insufficient time for equality programs in poorer communities. Universal access requires almost 300,000 additional practitioners and assistants, and infrastructure plus the workforce remain underfunded. Just on the subsidy is that we're in a cycle of non-compliance. So in order for the child to get the subsidy, the center needs to be compliant. And in order for the center to be compliant, it needs funding to be compliant. So the infrastructure needs the funding, but the funding won't come without the infrastructure. So we're going to be trapped in an endless cycle. There's no maintenance funding, so conditional grants or maintenance mechanism for ECDs. Deterioration of assets threaten safety and longevity. Local government ECD mandate not defined. And a maintenance gap contradicts the budget's own principle that revenue collected for a function must sustain that function. Sorry. We're obviously highlighting a few private co-investment, public partnerships. The independent power producers, they need to invest 1 to 1.5 of the revenue, and this could be a strong alignment to ECDs. This could be direction from Treasury to the IPP when they are purchasing these mines or power plants. BBBEE enterprise and special supply development, 3%. So this is identified as one of the strongest non-grant levers in our country at the moment, and it supports SMMEs and capacity building and measurable impact. The Education, Childhood Care and Education Outcome Fund, it's the world's largest learning outcome fund, and infrastructure needs to be recognized as an enabling outcome within this. As a facility directly determines the likelihood children achieving development results that the fund pays for. ECD infrastructure and skills development. So an ECD isn't just supporting the children when it's being built. Construction leads to skill training of artisans, bricklaying, plumbing, electrical, and so on. It aligns with government's dual training and applied skills approach. And practitioner employment at scale improves, especially among young women. And when more classrooms are built, educators, builders potentially find a job. Just a summary of our recommendations is that Treasury, DBE, and COGTA to present costed plans for universal ECD infrastructure, include ECD infrastructure in the Built Environment Finance Guidelines, allow accredited NPOs to deliver ECD infrastructure under a reformed municipal infrastructure grant, define ECD infrastructure and maintenance as explicit local government mandates, integrate ECD facilities into FISA's blended finance pipeline, develop a costed national ECD maintenance framework, not just construction, and unlock private co-investment via RPP trusts, BBBEE, and through the Early Childhood Economic Fund. Recognize ECD construction as a dual training pathway for artisan development. On the left is our capabilities, but we can't do this alone. So I'm not going to highlight it's about breadline. This is an ECD pandemic that we need to resolve, and we can't do it alone, but we can help. ECD infrastructure is essential to South Africa's human capital future. Without dedicated capital investment and maintenance funding, the gains from subsidy expansion will not be realized. And Breadline stands ready to support Parliament and government in delivering safe, compliant, accessible ECD facilities nationwide. And before I finish, I just want to highlight again the Heckman curve. a lot of investment goes into fixing the problem when the youth are unemployed. The more we invest early, the less we have to spend later. So if we could look at investing earlier into ECDs, infrastructure, training, nutrition, health, responsive care, we do not need to invest too much later. A lot of children, the stories are always the same. It always ends the same. We know the ending of some of these stories. The only way to change the end of that story is to fix the start of the story. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Warren. I'm told that Dr. Mula is here. Dr. Mula, can you hear me?
Yes, Chairperson, I can hear you.
Okay. You are allocated 10 minutes to present. Over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members. I hope you can see my screen. So just to say, as I always do in these presentations, the capacity in which I'm presenting, I believe I generally am one of the only fully independent people presenting in these hearings. In other words, I'm not funded by any interest group or any private individual who has interests in these policy decisions. And I'm also an economist by training with many years' experience in public finance analysis. And I care about the national interests, so that's really the primary reason why I present in these hearings. Just to give you an overview of my presentation, and apologies, I did add one item since I submitted my slides to the secretaries yesterday, just because that's number 6, which I'd forgotten to talk about. So just to recap, honourable members, there's never really enough time to go back to previous year's submissions and note, what's been addressed and what hasn't been addressed and what's transpired since then. But it's good to look at some key issues. In my submissions last year around the 2025 MTBPS and budget, I raised concerns about the process to change the inflation target. I suggested it was unconstitutional, and it's quite interesting that the High Court has recently ruled in relation to the VAT change, which in 2018, I suggest was also following an unconstitutional process that's now been legally challenged, and the High Court has confirmed that indeed the process being followed was not constitutional and needs to be revised. My view is the same is true for what happened with the inflation target, and the only impediment to showing that is that nobody is taking legal action, just as nobody took legal action in 2018 when the Minister of Finance unilaterally increased the VAT rate. Moreover, honourable members, just after submitting these slides, there were a number of headlines in the business press noting that given the war in the Middle East and the spike in the oil price, there are now serious concerns about South Africa's bond market, but also about our inflation target and the possibility that the Reserve Bank may have to raise rates in order to maintain the target in the new band. Just a very quick example of the dangers of pushing through these kinds of policies without adequate consultation. There are a number of other issues that I raised previously, honourable members, none of which have really been addressed, unfortunately, by National Treasury. The Social Relief of Distress Grant, again, the National Treasury has kicked the ball down the road, kicked the can down the road. They've promised something with the MTBPS in terms of some kind of policy paper. It's really not clear why it's taking so long. This was expanded in 2020 in response to COVID. So there's been more than enough time for National Treasury and DSD to put together a discussion paper that could be presented to the committees and which could be discussed. This is a very large sum of money. It's a long-term commitment, and it's something that really should have come before the committees in a substantive way many years ago. The Road Accident Fund is another example. This is something that should have been restructured over a decade ago. Again, the problem just continues. There's fights about how the liabilities should be assessed, but the fundamental problem is about the drain on public finances, the RAF levy that has to be imposed essentially on all citizens through the petrol price. And again, we're not really seeing much progress on that. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme, I raised concerns about the threshold not being increased with inflation since 2018. It has still not been increased. This is bad policy. It's essentially excluding students by stealth. And both the National Treasury and the Department of Higher Education and Training needs to take responsibility for this and develop a more explicit and more honest policy that can be brought to Parliament and debated accordingly. And then finally, we have the medical scheme tax credits. These are all very big public finance issues. The finance minister continues to make statements in what seems to be his individual capacity, which is hostile to the idea of using these tax credits. Whatever one thinks about the NHI, it's pretty clear to me as an economist that if the NHI is going to proceed as originally envisaged, those medical aid tax credits have to be one of the main sources of funding. Again, this is something that should be discussed in a substantive way. There should be public hearings, there should be discussion documents, but instead we just see this ad hoc approach to dealing with this issue. Okay, procedural issues. I've already mentioned the VAT issue. Just to say again, I mean, I raised the concerns about the processing of the revenue proposals when I was working in the Parliamentary Budget Office. I then raised them again during the process to revise the Money Bills Act. I understand the practical difficulties of resolving this, but I did put some proposals on the table. The issue, the unconstitutionality of the VAT amendment, I think is actually a symptom of this bigger problem, although the VAT issue also traces back to the fact that the VAT Act came before the Constitution. But there are broader issues around the processing of revenue proposals, which again, I think could get Parliament and the National Treasury into trouble in future if somebody were to litigate, and it would be better to address those proactively. So I think the Money Bills Act needs to be amended again to address some of these issues. Getting to the budget itself, is it really an achievement? Many media outlets and so on have suggested it is. Let's look at the facts. The National Treasury missed its debt target. The South African Revenue Service underperformed relative to the promise it had made, and I'll get back to that. The efforts to find expenditure reductions have been a failure. That's 12 billion has been trumpeted, but 8.4 billion came from essentially cutting funding to a much needed public transport project. Now, that project may not have been operating as we would have wanted it to, but cutting the funds is really just concretizing that failure. It's pretty clear that South Africa needs an expansion of public transport. So reducing that amount and trumpeting that as saving money is really misleading. And then finally, we have some reduced growth in social expenditure, but that seems to come from reducing grant recipients. And as far as I can see, there's no detail in the budget documents about how that's happening and why that's happening. And that's a concern because we shouldn't just be cutting grant recipients in order to reduce public finance expenditure. And in fact, there have been some legal cases in relation to that principle. I'd like to talk specifically about the underperformance of SARS. Again, we see the media reporting being extremely misleading. As far as I can tell, so just to be reminded, the SARS commissioner earns 3 times more than the president. And yet he is being praised in the media and other places, despite the fact that he appears not just to have missed the ambitious target that he and SARS set for themselves, but he actually seems to have missed the target that preceded the additional allocation of funds. So that's a massive performance failure. But the narrative we're seeing about SARS performance is completely different, and that's bad for accountability. Because if we don't recognize performance failure, then obviously the individuals involved cannot be held accountable, the institutions cannot be held accountable, and we won't see improvement. I've just highlighted the relevant sections from the budget review, which I'm relying on here. Overall, I think it's a budget that favors wealthy and high-earning South Africans. We see that in some of the tax threshold and retirement threshold changes. I'm always in favor of increasing such thresholds with inflation. The basic principle is that if you had a good policy reason for setting that threshold, let's say 350,000 Rand for retirement contributions, then that rationale carries on and you should increase it with inflation. But having said that, we see, for example, by contrasting the lack of an increase in the NSFAS eligibility threshold with the increase in the threshold for retirement fund contributions, what we see there is a social prioritization of some groups over others. In this case, it's extremely wealthy people who can contribute up to 430,000 Rand a year to their retirement funds versus very poor students who need funding to actually just go to university. So that suggests a prioritization. I don't think it's a coincidence that all senior Treasury and SARS officials, ministerial advisors and cabinet members fall in the category of those who will benefit the most from this budget. Related to that, honourable members, and this was the slide I forgot to include, we do have what's known as a revolving door problem between our public institutions in the fiscal space and private interests. Unfortunately, we have a long history of this now, over 30 years in the post-apartheid era. Maria Ramos went to ABSA. She was the DG of the Treasury. Trevor Manuel, who was the Minister of Finance, went to Old Mutual and the Rothschilds. These are all institutions that the National Treasury and the Minister of Finance either should have been overseeing or should have been taking steps to ensure that they didn't earn excess profits. We had Lungisa Fuzile, who was the DG of Treasury, went to Standard Bank, and most recently we have Kuben Naidu, who went from the SARB to Investec. The latest example, and the reason I mentioned this, was that Edgar Sishi, who's been heading up the Budget Office, is now going straight from the National Treasury to the International Monetary Fund. All of these are concerning, honourable members. My own view is that there needs to be a standard cooling off period for all these fiscal institutions, and it should be at least 2 years, but that's something we would need more time to discuss. And finally, I just want to talk again in relation to this, I want to raise some concerns about fiscal oversight bodies. South Africa has 2 institutions that are supposed to be supporting Parliament with technical advice to strengthen your oversight, and that's the Financial and Fiscal Commission and the Parliamentary Budget Office. According to its website, which is the only source of information right now, the tenure of the FFC chairperson is lapsing soon, but 3 out of 5 other commissioners already appear to have lapsed. 2 other commissioners have been appointed until 2029. I couldn't find anything, maybe I wasn't looking in the right parts of the government gazette. I couldn't find anything about that. No consultative process, no public discussion, nothing. It seemed the president may have the power to make those appointments, but the manner it was done sets a very poor precedent, especially bearing in mind this is an institution that's supposed to help the legislature oversee the executive, but the executive is making these appointments without any kind of consultation. And then finally, as I'm sure you all know, the tenure of the most recent director of the PBO has lapsed and the post is yet to be advertised. My own view is that the office has never established itself on a stable footing, and so this is not a good thing. I think the Committees on Finance and Appropriations really need to prioritize both these institutions in terms of ensuring that these posts are filled and that they are set on a stable footing so that you have the technical support that you need. Thank you.
Thank you. Fair Trade Independent Tobacco Association.
Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members of the committee, for the opportunity afforded to the Fair Trade Independent Tobacco Association to address this joint sitting of the Standing and Select Committees on Finance. FITA, which is the Fair Trade Independent Tobacco Association, represents licensed and tax-compliant cigarette manufacturers operating within South Africa. Our members contribute materially to the fiscus through excise duties, VAT, corporate taxes, and employment across manufacturing and distribution value chains. Our submission today focuses on a central issue relevant to the fiscal framework, the sustainability of excise revenue in the context of illicit trade and weak enforcement capacity. Now, I've touched on this in my submissions to the joint sitting, and in particular, the excise policy and its unintended consequences. Excise duties on tobacco products have historically generated significant revenue for the South African fiscus. However, excise policy must be carefully calibrated. When excise taxes increase substantially in an environment where enforcement capacity is weak, unintended consequences arise. The most significant of these consequences is the expansion of the illicit market, where large price differentials emerge between compliant, tax-paid products and untaxed illicit cigarettes. Consumers often migrate towards cheaper illegal alternatives. This undermines the very revenue objectives that excise increases are intended to achieve. International evidence and economic research consistently show that tax increases in markets with weak enforcement often shift consumption rather than eliminate it, moving demand from lawful producers to illicit operators. In such circumstances, the state collects less revenue, compliant manufacturers lose market share, and criminal networks expand. Excise policy, therefore, cannot be considered in isolation from enforcement capacity. A major concern raised by FITA members relates to enforcement failures at South Africa's borders and ports of entry. South Africa has long struggled with porous borders that facilitate the movement of illicit goods. The tobacco sector has increasingly become a target for organized criminal syndicates, exposing these vulnerabilities. Particular concern exists around the Bay Bridge border post, which has repeatedly been identified as a major conduit for illicit cigarettes entering the country. However, this problem is not confined to a single border point. Weaknesses across various ports of entry have enabled criminal networks to move products through multiple channels. These networks are increasingly sophisticated and international in nature. Evidence suggests that organized groups operating from regions as far afield as China and Cambodia have become in the illicit cigarette trade in South Africa, exploiting weaknesses in customs management and regulatory oversight. The challenges facing enforcement authorities are compounded by institutional constraints. These include capacity shortages with enforcement agencies, limited specialized investigative skills, corruption vulnerabilities within certain parts of the system, insufficient intelligence coordination across agencies. These are things that we've previously advocated for. Where these conditions exist, organized criminal syndicates are able to operate with relative impunity. Illicit cigarettes can enter the market without payment of excise duties, VAT, or compliance with regulatory requirements. This directly undermines both revenue collection and the rule of law. For the fiscal framework to be sustainable, revenue projections must be grounded in realistic assumptions about compliance and enforcement. If illicit trade continues to expand, excise increases alone will not translate into higher revenue. Instead, the tax base erodes as compliant manufacturers lose market share to untaxed products. Addressing illicit trade should therefore be treated not only as an industry concern, but as a fiscal priority for the state. Improving enforcement capacity has the potential to recover substantial revenue currently lost through illicit activity. We therefore respectfully submit that the following measures should accompany any excise policy adjustments. 1, strengthen border enforcement, particularly at high-risk entry points such as Bait Bridge. 2, enhance intelligence coordination between SARS, law enforcement agencies, and customs authorities. 3, investment in specialized investigative capacity to combat organized criminal networks involved in illicit trade. 4, robust anti-corruption mechanisms within enforcement structures. And finally, balanced tax policy that takes into account the relationship between excise levels and illicit market growth. Excise policy and enforcement policy must work together. Without effective enforcement, high excise rates may inadvertently strengthen the illicit market. Honorable members, South Africa's excise system can continue to generate meaningful revenue for the fiscus, but only if the integrity of the system is protected. This requires balanced tax policy, strong enforcement capacity, and decisive action against organized criminal networks exploiting weaknesses in the system. PETA and its members remain committed to operating lawfully, contributing to the fiscus, and supporting measures that strengthen compliance across the market. We thank the committee for the opportunity to present these views and look forward to continued engagement on this important matter. Thank you.
Thanks. Fair Trade Independent Tobacco Association, and also for saving time. Women on Farm Project.
Good morning. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes, can see you.
Okay, good morning. Good morning to everybody in the room. Good morning to the members of the Standing Finance Committee, the Select Finance Committee, and committee secretaries. We would like to thank you for this opportunity to represent the interests of farm women. By way of introduction, I am Kara Mackay and this is Charmaine King, and we represent Women on Farms Project that believes in feminist solutions for dignified lives for farm women. We believe in farm women because these women are the backbone of the agricultural sector. It is their hands that make the food that we eat. Yet tonight, many farm women will struggle to put food on their table. And that is why since 2022, Women on Farms Project has called for a wealth tax on the richest 1% of South Africans. We find it unjustifiable that 1% of the population, or approximately 356,000 people, own 55% of the wealth of the country, leaving the remaining 61 million to share 45%. This is a recipe for unprecedented economic hardship and desperation. Yet the World Inequality Report is clear. If we want to transform inequalities, We need to implement structural reforms such as land redistribution, social security, and progressive taxation. We call this package feminist reparation because we believe a wealth tax will be able to redress centuries of inequality that farm women have experienced. We are therefore heartened by the committee's engagement with the wealth tax, as well as Treasury's and SARD's engagement with the possibility. We note the concerns by SARS and Treasury, but we do not think administrative concerns are real obstacles to implementing this wealth tax. So at the very least, we call upon Treasury and SARS to at least make an in-principle commitment to a wealth tax and initiate a national dialogue on that particular conversation. The size inequality of South Africa has become unbearable, and therefore we repeat our call for this wealth tax, the net on all assets, which will improve the progressive nature of the tax system. I now hand over to Charmaine King, who is a farm worker, and she will speak on her own experiences of why she thinks a wealth tax is needed.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Charmaine. I'm a seasonal farm worker. I'm working on farms on the age of 15 years old. Most of the year, we are sitting at home with no money because there is no work for us. We are the ones who is depending on the SASSA grant. And when we pay that SASSA grant for our children's transport or buy the school for them, there is nothing. Then we go into the loan sites to loan money. And when we loan 100 rand from them, we must pay back 150 rand. Then again, we are struggling. We're getting heart attacks because why? We don't know what to do. Because why? No money again the next month. So we are the seasonal workers who struggle the most because we are the ones who must putting food on the table for our children. We are the seasonal workers, the ones who are working for the farm workers rich. And we as the workers, we get nothing. We are the poor people. And that is why also our children dropping out of school at the age of young ages, because why we don't have to put food every time on the table for them because there are no work for us. We just work 4 or 3 months a year. So that is why I think the SASSA grant is too little for us as seasonal workers. And I just want to ask the government to please, if they can give us a wealth tax, an incoming grant for the people like Johan Rupert. If they can just give us a 1% of the tax, that will be a big difference in our lives. Because the hospital and clinics, when we go there, we must stay in long, long lines. If we can get that money, that will be a big difference in our lives as seasonal workers, and also land. We don't have land of our own. If we have land of our own, that will also make a different things in our lives and also in our children's lives. I also want to go and send my children to the university to go and achieve their lives, but they cannot because we as seasonal workers, we cannot give that for our children. That's why if they just can increase the SASSA and also giving us everybody, not at the age, don't judge us at our age. Everyone must get that incoming grant that will give us a big difference in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much, Women on a Farm project. The next stakeholder, Public Economic Project.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Can I confirm that my slides can be seen and I can be heard?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chairperson and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to present today on the behalf of the Public Economy Project. We're a public economy focused think tank based at the University of Witwatersrand Southern Center for Inequality Studies. Honorable Chairperson, we appreciate you and your committee and this Parliament. As democracy is being attacked by the former defenders of democracy in the West, our democracy is alive and well, and we appreciate the opportunity to make inputs, and we shouldn't take that for granted. Honorable Chairperson, our budget presentation is before you. We will talk to some key slides, and the rest you can read at your leisure given the time constraints. The key thrust of this budget, and this is our reading of it, is essentially it appears as if we're moving into an era of secular consolidation, or at least maybe we have been in that, and we thought we would be seeing an end to consolidation as debt stabilizes as a share of GDP. But this appears not to be the case, and this is our reading of the 2026 budget. I will talk you through that argument for the next couple of minutes. Honorable Chairperson, as yourself and honorable members know, we had the global financial crisis. Africa had low levels of debt. We were able to respond to the crisis. We spent a lot more. We ran primary budget deficits. And then around 2012 to 2013, we started attempting, at least, to moderate the growth in public spending through narrowing the gap between expenditure and revenue. We had some revenue measures on in that period, but most of the burden fell on expenditure. We attempted to narrow the gap between expenditure and revenue, sometimes unsuccessfully as growth slowed and revenue growth slowed, and there were some unforeseen and some foreseen, but not the wisest spending decisions, such as bailouts to some failing SOEs. We had the pandemic shock around the year 2020, where we again saw significant primary deficits as we attempted to respond to the crisis, and revenue fell and the economy faltered. Around the year 22, honorable members, we doubled down on debt stabilization. We saw significant reductions to expenditure as a share of GDP, controlling for inflation and population growth. And now we seem to be moving into a phase based on the 2026 budget of debt reduction. And so the concern over here is this sustainable? Honorable members, the attempt by government that's long-standing now to stabilize debt as a share of GDP. And this is critical given the significant resources that are going to debt service costs, 400 billion rands in the year 2025, and this seems to be set to increase. So the objective of creating fiscal space to see to other expenditure pressures and to reduce our allocation to debt service costs is important, it's laudable, and it's necessary for the health of public finances. In the year 2022, when government anticipated debt to stabilize as a share of GDP, we were informed that the period of fiscal consolidation is drawing to a close as debt stabilizes. I think there's a bit of a typo in my quotation over there, but essentially in the year 2022 in the MTBPS, we were informed that debt stabilization, that fiscal consolidation is drawing to a close. And so this implied that the deleterious effects and cuts on public spending in real per capita terms would be slowing down, and we would see real increases over time. However, in the 2026 budget table 2 weeks ago, we were informed that the focus of fiscal policy is now changing. It's shifting from debt stabilization to debt reduction. Now, this is a very important shift, and we have to interrogate this and its implications, even though it is necessary, or even though the objective is understandable and necessary. So now we have a more ambitious fiscal objective of reducing debt as a share of GDP. Now, in and of itself, it's not a bad idea, but let's look at firstly the extent of the aspiration of debt reduction as a share of GDP. What I've got before you is the past 11 years on the left-hand side of medium-term expenditure framework, debt reduction as a share of GDP projections. And on the right-hand side, it's the longer-term outlook the Treasury provides. It's generally around 8 years. And so we've got the 8-year outlook. What you'll notice in both of these is that this is the largest aspiration that Treasury has put down for the reduction of debt as a share of GDP over time. definitely quite large. Now, the question over here is this too ambitious? Now, looking at historical studies and records or episodes of other countries' abilities and success or failures in reducing debt relative to their aspirations, we see that a 10% plus aspiration in less than 8 years or in 8 years is on the upper end of what has been achieved, suggesting this is very ambitious, right? Now, there are certain conditions other countries have shown that are necessary for debt to fall as a share of GDP to such a magnitude in such a duration. One is strong economic growth. 2 is higher nominal GDP. So the 3 is large and sustained primary surpluses, which Treasury has managed to achieve in the current MTF, or it appears to continue to increase over time, and exceptional fiscal measures such as windfall revenue and debt restructuring. Now, honourable members, although there seems to be positive sentiment and an improvement in the growth outlook for the current year and over the medium term, the growth is still pretty pedestrian. Some would even say anemic. It's not 3, 4, 5, 6%, which is what is required if expenditure isn't to do a significant share of the heavy lifting for debt reduction as a share of GDP. So if growth remains weak, and the events of the past 2 weeks with the invasion of Iran, with implications for the oil price and global demand and the global economy, suggest that this may be even more precarious. So if growth doesn't rebound in a sustained manner, then how are we going to have an adjustment, a fiscal adjustment, which in today's rands is about 750 billion rands. How is the adjustment going to take place? If revenue isn't coming to the party, then is it an expectation that expenditure has to continue carrying the proverbial can? Government has, to its credit, achieved some savings and reallocation through its TARS program, but it's uncertain whether in the current MTF, savings of 16 billion rands are quite modest compared to the fiscal effort of 750 billion rands in today's rands that is required for debt to moderate and to decline as share of GDP. We know our economic outlook isn't particularly strong. So the question is, what is then the implication for service delivery if the implication is that expenditure has to continue consolidating over the medium term and beyond that to realize Treasury's debt projections and for debt to fall as a share of GDP over time? The question over here for service delivery, honourable members, is can the country continue to have expenditure compression, which is not temporary, which is not a function of a short-term objective of debt stabilization, but is required for a longer-term debt reduction as a share of GDP. And we have an 8-year horizon of a reduction of more than 10% points of GDP. Is there potential within TARS to yield savings at this point in time? TARS is welcome. TARS has yielded some savings, but the quantum may not be sufficient. It's also an opportunity for us as a country, and whilst we know that the delivery of health, or delivery of education, the delivery of social development isn't the primary function of the Treasury, it's the government as a whole, it's the cabinet of the GNU as a whole, but it is an opportunity to rethink service delivery, to allow service delivery not to be deleteriously affected through what seems like a secular consolidation of the fiscus over time. One example is within healthcare, shifting the health department from and his focus from a tertiary and provincial hospital centered approach to a PHC approach, looking more at non-communicable diseases as opposed to communicable diseases, which was the burden in the 2000s, and the use of health taxes to reduce eventual number of incidents and of certain diseases over time. So there is opportunity for rethinking, and we welcome the fact that we're moved away from the approach of the grass cutter approach, the lawnmower approach, where there were cuts across the board. It is critical for the committee to consider the implications of what may seem to be secular consolidation. Honourable Chairperson, I yield the remaining time back to you, and thank you, and look forward to further engagements. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Public Economic Project. The next stakeholder, Beer Association, 10 minutes. Beer Association, are you there?
Good morning, Chair. We are here, and we will put the presentation up. In the meantime, I want to perhaps just Chairperson, I can't seem to screen share, but I do know the presentation has been shared.
Hi, Charlene, you can share now.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much to the committee and the chairperson. My name is Charlene Lowe. I am the CEO of the Beer Association of South Africa. I want to firstly thank the committee for this opportunity, and perhaps just to situate the Beer Association of South Africa, you will note there in the slide that is in front of you, chair members, that our mission is quite simple and straightforward. We exist to help create a fair, predictable, and enabling environment that supports the industry, particularly around growth, safeguarding jobs, and promoting responsible trade and consumption. This really just sets the scene in terms of some of the areas that we're going to touch on in the presentation. Firstly, I think it's important that we perhaps touch a little bit on the economics of beer, if I can put it that way. This is a sector that supports 210,000 jobs, both direct and indirect, contributes 96.5 billion to the GDP of this country, and contributes 67.8 billion in terms of tax revenue. This particular revenue is made up of both excise duty as well as VAT. I have highlighted there in the slide essentially just the value chain that the beer sector also influences and has a meaningful contribution to, notably the farming and agricultural sector, packaging, as well as just the manufacturing sector, logistics and distribution, and also the hospitality sector. If we move on to this particular slide, I think what can be said over this slide basically is that if you look at the trend since 2014, and 2014 was the year in which the excise duty guide was published by National Treasury, we've seen the compound annual growth rate for beer being 6.8 over the period. The cumulative excise increase being 153% over the same period. The point here, of course, is that beer excise has exceeded the projected CPI in the 10 of the 12 years that we have tracked the adjustments. If we move to the next slide, what this tells us is, of course, that there are policy gaps, and the existing excise policy has significant gaps. And what we're saying here is that, of course, we had a policy that had intended to essentially use CPI as a guide around how the adjustments are in fact effected. This, of course, didn't happen. In fact, in the first year of that particular guideline by National Treasury, that particular notion and principle was breached, for lack of a better word. And so we're saying there certainly is an unconstrained, if you will, discretion over how excise duty is in fact come about. We have seen, of course, as I've indicated, that Treasury has stepped outside its own guideline in terms of how it then adjusts excise duty. What we are noting, of course, is that there's also absolutely no relationship between the excise adjustments and what we're seeing on the ground, particularly around illicit alcohol. And this poses a significant problem in the sense that CPI increases in effect widen the gap between legal and illegal products. And I think what we're seeing as a policy gap also is that we do have micro producers or micro brewers within the sector. These are brewers that are not accommodated within the policy prescripts, in the sense that there is a very uniform application of this policy, but the application, of course, is far too onerous for smaller players and smaller brewers. And what we would want to see, of course, moving forward, as we understand there to be a review of this particular policy, is better accommodation for these SMMEs, so that we see more and more of them getting into the sector and, of course, contributing to the tax base. The policy review underway, as I've just alluded to, this presents an opportunity, if you will, for the sector. We do believe that, within the period of review, we perhaps need to be locking in some of the excise adjustments to CPI and not beyond, until such time, of course, as we see some of the gains, if you will, that are due to come out of the announced National Illicit Task Team. I do believe it's important that they assist in setting a baseline such that when excise adjustments are in fact determined moving forward, they're determined having been informed by what the activity is within the illicit market. If you look at just some of the market distortions and health risks that the policy gaps have brought about, it's important to note that illicit alcohol now is up by 55% since 2017, and currently it is made up of 18% of the entire alcohol market. The annual fiscal losses that relate to illicit alcohol are in the region of 16.5 billion. I think one can safely note that this is quite a significant number, and it is up by 157% since 2017. And more concerning, of course, to us as a sector is that illicit alcohol on average is 37% cheaper than legal alcohol or its legal equivalent. And this poses, of course, a significant health risk. And, we understand, of course, that this is something that is not the intended consequence of the excise duty policy. Now, what we're asking for is that over the next 3 years, we anchor the excise adjustments to CPI, particularly around an industry such as the beer industry. This anchoring restores the predictability, but also creates, if you will, more investment that can come from the industry. And it will constrain, to some extent, the price gap between legal and illicit products. We do believe that this particular capping, if you will, over the 3 years, should be informed by the outcomes of that task team that I've just alluded to. And it should create a baseline so that whatever decision is made around excise is appropriately informed by what's happening in the area of the illicit market. We are asking, of course, that there is appropriate accommodation for microbrewers and micro producers within the industry. We want them not to have some of these barriers to entry in the industry, and that Treasury supports transformation and employment objectives that this particular sector has. Because I think it's important to note that it is a very labor-intensive area, micro production, and so this is where the best job opportunities do in fact come from. And ultimately, I think as an industry, we do want to support the National Illicit Economy Disruption Program and develop a dedicated alcohol enforcement work stream that we become a part of, so that we are able to measure what is going on, particularly within the illicit market. Chair and members, I think I will leave it there, and thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Beer Association of South Africa. South African Institute of Taxation, SAIT.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm just trying to share my screen. I hope it is visible, and I will then begin. Okay. There we go. Good morning, Honourable Chair. I hope I'm audible, and honourable members of the Select Committee of Finance at the Standing Committee of Finance. By way of introduction, my name is Gitimesa Sasana. I'm an executive at the South African Institute of Taxation, and I speak today on behalf of the SAIT, which represents tax professionals across South Africa and plays an important role in supporting tax compliance. We engage with tax policy in order to strengthen the integrity of the tax system. Our role as an RCB, a recognized controlling body, is to represent in excess of 9,000 members. In one of our last engagements with SARS, that represents about 41% of the total of tax practitioners in the market. And we do, of course, value the continuous engagement with the Parliament as well as National Treasury and SARS. So overall, we welcome the budget that was presented on the 25th of February and the efforts by National Treasury and SARS to balance, amongst others, competing priorities, protecting the tax base and supporting economic growth. We understand that this is a delicate balance. We're not fully there, but we do appreciate the efforts that have been undertaken thus far. I would be remiss, Chair, if I did not firstly thank National Treasury through you as well as SARS for the constructive engagement that we've had over a number of years. We have been engaging with National Treasury and SARS on a number of the issues that we've listed on the screen, as well as in our presentations as this pertains to thresholds that need to be adjusted for inflation. I think the predominant one was the adjustment to the personal income tax brackets by inflation 3.4. That was welcomed by South Africans at large and by the Institute itself. This indeed signals that National Treasury is heeding long-standing calls and is engaging appropriately. We also do, I know previous panelists or presenters mentioned the medical tax credits. We understand that there is contention around this area and that the medical tax credits can be seen as a revenue source to fund inter alia the NHI. And notwithstanding that this is a competing priority for government, we do appreciate that there has been some sort of increase in that rebate, which has been stagnant for quite some time, just to alleviate, because according to the feedback on the ground and those that we do engage with, many of our members in the middle income band benefit from this sort of rebates. We'd like to thank National Treasury for that as well. And then, of course, just the various thresholds that we've listed on the screen, which we welcome, particularly those that are around savings and investments of the backdrop of the windfall withdrawals from the two-pot retirement system. We do appreciate that there has been some sort of incentive for South Africans to save more in the increase of the tax-free savings account limit and inter alia the higher retirement fund deduction threshold. We believe that these are important measures to protect taxpayers from bracket creep that they've suffered for the past 2 years, notwithstanding that we do already appreciate that some people have been moved into those higher brackets and still suffer from that. But we do take the win for now and thank the National Treasury and SARS. We appreciate the efforts that you're taking in encouraging long-term savings and just supporting household financial resilience. In terms of small businesses, once again, we'd like to thank the National Treasury and the engagement that we had with the DDG on the 12th, the 11th of December. We specifically made this proposal to National Treasury for the increase of the VAT registration threshold. And we remember in those meetings, he mentioned that he would engage with us over the course of this year. So we were pleasantly surprised when the minister announced it last week or the week before that there is going to be this increase. We do believe, as many of our members operate within this SME sector, and they were inundated with the compliance costs and the financial cash flow strains because of that voluntary or that compulsory registration threshold being set at 1 million. So increasing it to 2.3, we do believe will facilitate trade and encourage those that are below the threshold to participate in the economy, which is going to be great for all of us. And then just a couple of the other exemptions that are big wins for small businesses, which we do appreciate, and the single discretionary allowance being increased and just facilitating cross-border financial payments. So all in all, we would really like to congratulate the National Treasury there. Just on policy uncertainty, we understand that we have revised the estimate of collected tax in relation to the Pillar 2 initiative down from 8 billion to 2 billion. We would like to know, because we see that that is for the 2026-2027 year, do you foresee that there might be increases in the amount of taxes that we will collect from this initiative? We understand that the first payment is due and the filing of the GIR is due on the 30th of June. So we just like to know from National Treasury, is that all that you think we can extract from a global conglomerates that operate in South Africa and don't pay the right amount of taxes here? And what are the estimates for the coming years that we will see from the global minimum tax? Again, another win, the remission of for the VDPs, the proposed amendments to allow interest remission to be considered together in the VDP application is welcome. And most importantly, or one of the important ones, we know that National Treasury wanted to align 23M and 23N. We specifically made a submission that we should not hinder transactions that are already in the market, and we thank you for withdrawing that proposal. So all in all, thank you for hearing us out in the constructive engagement that is taking place, and we look forward to working with you. I would be remiss again, Chair, if I did not speak a bit about the broader fiscal outlook. We understand that gross tax revenue is expected to reach about 2 trillion, exceeding previous projections. Over the medium term, we see that the tax to GDP ratio will average about 26.1%. We understand this is quite high in other African countries, averaging about 16.1% now. And we'd like to caution here, or to strongly encourage, that National Treasury consider once again extending funding to SARS to increase this revenue mobilization, because it is an important concern. 26 is quite high, and we would again caution that we do not look at the already compliant, and that Treasury gives SARS the amount of money that they can to capacitate them so that they can collect more. We see that in the medium term, the money that they were provided has been put to good use inter alia. About 1.3 taxpayers being registered, collecting, yielding about 4.9 billion. So if through you, Chair, and the Parliament and National Treasury, please capacitate SARS more so that they can go for those who are wholly outside of the system and not those who are already in the system, since we are seeing that tax to GDP ratio will increase to about 26%. Again, just reiterating that the tax base is already very, very narrow. We understand that there's about 650 million people that account, or that are paying the majority of the taxes here in South Africa, which is definitely not sustainable. So this slide is just highlighting from the budget review the types of taxes that Treasury is relying on and how they perform, and through the various mechanisms of the Act that they're utilizing. But please capacitate SARS so they can collect, so they don't go already after those who are compliant. Chair, if any of the commissions that are making for riveting viewing and very concerning viewing, SAIT has in the past made the submission that we need to look at perhaps introducing a withholding tax on entrepreneurs or businessmen who are finding creative ways to utilize funding that is meant to advance socioeconomic programs for unscrupulous dealings. If you look at the ad hoc committees as well as the various commissions, we see that this is indeed a necessity. We have been calling for this for quite some time, so perhaps this is something that should be put into place. The objective is not to create new burdens, but it's just to ensure better compliance in sectors where money is given tax, the amount of taxes are not being paid over to SARS. And this would help to ensure that perhaps taxes collected at the source. It will reduce opportunities for tax evasion and just improve transparency in terms of government processes, procurement processes. So the recommendation here would be for government to perhaps put some sort of legislation in place that when these tenders are awarded, there's some sort of automatic deduction of a fixed percentage of tax of payments that are made to these businessmen who are finding these creative ways to utilize funding in inappropriate manners. So this will ensure that the tax is collected up front, so that there's some sort of initiative for utilization for socioeconomic objectives. Really quickly, because the previous presenters to speak about the illicit trade, and we heard about the BAT closing their plant in Heidelberg, very concerning. People are losing jobs. So please, once again, capacitate SARS. Let's have a whole of government approach that SARS has been calling on to just strengthen the enforcement initiatives, and obviously through you, Chair, the other government departments or other parliamentary committees to please enable their departments that they look over to cooperate with SARS accordingly. I will wrap up shortly, but I would just like to discuss one of the major areas that we're seeing now is this proposed national online gambling tax. We appreciate that this is being introduced, and we understand why it's been introduced to try and, deter this pathological type of gambling that is not assisting householders and is detracting. But of course, there's no direct correlation, humbly, just our view, between implementation of a sin tax and deterring that sort of behavior completely. We have listed on the slide the various types of global comparisons and how the rest of the world is doing it, but we are concerned that, National Treasury goes ahead with implementing this 20% tax on gross gambling revenue. It would sit on top of already existing provincial gambling levies and VAT. And as a result, the effective tax could rise roughly to between 26 and 29%, and in some cases close to 39%, which raises concerns about sustainability and competitiveness of licensed operators. We have had some of the members come before us today, the South African Responsible Online Gambling Association and the South African Bookmakers Association, together with Sun International, to raise these concerns through us. So we'd like to just request that National Treasury and Parliament look at how this whole framework of an online gambling tax is going to be underway, so that we don't shift to untaxed offline or offshore platforms that will ultimately undermine both revenue collection and consumer protection. And just lastly, Honourable Chair, we'd like to welcome the introduction of a principle-based fiscal anchor. We look forward to seeing the draft discussion document paper on that, moving away from purely numerical-based fiscal anchors. We would recommend that there be a fiscal anchor that builds in some sort of buffers for shocks, as we see that happens in South Africa is critical but stable in terms of vulnerabilities to those shocks. And of course, we'd like to thank National Treasury once again for the opportunity to present today, and through you, Chair, to thank you as well to the committees this morning.
Thanks, Said. Now is the opportunity for members of Select and the Standing Committee Finance to engage the presentations by stakeholders. Let me see in the platform with that. Honorable Beasley, then Honorable Van Rijn.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks to everybody for their presentations. A lot of thought has gone into it. So just firstly to SART, yeah, I fully agree with them in terms of funding for SARS. And Chair, it's an issue that we really need to tackle as SCOF, because there's so many people outside of the tax net that illegally so that we need to get them into the tax net. And I think that's very important. So I think it's a call that we need to hear, and also their call on the illicit trade. And then just going to DG Murray and SAPA, but mainly to DG Murray, you refer to the damage that alcohol does. So first of all, just like a comment is your research looks very dated. But secondly, I think you need to break down your research between legal alcohol and illicit alcohol, because illicit alcohol is causing far more damage to people's health. And you raised the point that 4.5 poor people are likely to suffer harm because of alcohol. And the reason for that is it's illicit alcohol. So the more expensive we're making legal alcohol, there's more driving to people to illicit alcohol, and the more damage. And I can remember when we had the issue with the spaza shops and young children, it was a tragedy, but they were dying from eating chips. And the problem is the chips that they were eating were illegal chips. And so we can't say, well, let's chips need to be banned. We need to focus on the illicit. And I think from DG Murray's perspective, I think there needs to be a greater focus on the illicit trade, because the more expensive we're making legal products, we're just giving the illicit market more of an opportunity. And I'm very surprised that only on one part of your slide you spoke about illicit trade, because they need to be tackled together. We need to focus on the illicit trade, because we're just giving them a free opportunity to get in, and the health aspects of I've done my own research in terms of it, and the health aspects of the illicit trade. It's people are literally drinking poison, and we getting people to drink poison without actually enforcing it. So a big issue, and the same with SAPO too is it's a big issue. I think we need to focus on clamping down on the illicit trade, and then we can look at the excise duties. But we can't do one before the other, because we're just creating an own goal that's actually causing massive harm to people's health. And also the criminality behind the illicit trade too. It's a dark, violent thing. And then Dr. Muller referred to, I think it's Muller referred to SARS underperforming. I think he's the only person in the country that thinks SARS is underperforming. And I'm just wondering if he thinks that SARS is underfunded, and if that underfunding might be linked to what he calls underperformance. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Beasley. Honorable Van Rijn.
Thank you, Co-Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming the presentation made by all stakeholders. My first question will be to Said. Maybe let me starting with the last presentation. It's very interesting proposal that they submitted around withholding tax for tenderpreneurs. I'm not sure the practicality of this particular approach, if it's something that is going to be implemented at the point when people are being given an opportunity to provide a service. I'm not sure how is that going to be implemented, because the norm is that taxation is effected after a service is rendered. This one seems to be a bit maybe a premature type of taxing without even determining what goes into the service rendered, how much is going to cost for the service to be provided. I'm very interested. I mean, maybe employing my layman understanding of taxation. I find it very, very difficult to make sense of the practicality of this whole thing. To me, it's more like placing the cart before the horse. If they can just clarify the practical aspect of this particular proposal. And to BASA, that beer association. You know, Chair, the call for in inflation-related hikes from BASA, and of course those who are supporting it, it has been more of a reiteration or a banal call, so to say. And I'm very worried that BASA will come and present this thing to Parliament, and nothing is coming out of this presentation, because they've been saying this all these years. Now, my question to BASA, because it's clear that if I'm to be blunt, their message is falling on deaf ears. It's not going anywhere. So I wanted to check with BASA. Is it ideal for you to continue hammering on this submission while the odds are against you? Can't you look at other constitutional, because our constitutional democracy have various provisions for public participation. Can't you look at another option? Because it's clear from the parliament side that you seems to be not winning. Can't you look into other provisions of our constitutional democracy? And moving to the inequality studies. They refer to a very interesting phrase. They call it a secular consolidation. I wanted to check, how does a secular consolidation compares with austerity budget? And then secondly to them, it's very clear according to their presentation that the National Treasury approach on the debt reduction seems not to be supported by any scientific or pragmatic analysis. Now the question is, because you are not alone there, we have been arguing the same thing as MK Party and other progressive parties in Parliament. But the question is, in your take, what is it that a National Treasury is smoking? Because they come to this unrealistic projection almost every year. According to you, what informs National Treasury? Because you seem to have done your homework in terms of identifying the key variables required, I mean, for debt to be reduced, or maybe what you call debt service cost to be managed. What is it that you think National Treasury might be considering, which is wrong? Because it's clear that they are not using any science or maybe any pragmatic analysis to come to their determination. And then lastly, Chair, to women on farms. They proposed wealth tax as something that will obviously lessen the burden on taxation on the poor. Now, National Treasury, because this is an argument that is supported by all progressive parties in Parliament. National Treasury has, from time to time, argued that the wealthy are taxed more. In fact, what they are doing, they are saying we are overtaxing the wealthy as if you look into our current taxation system. That's what National Treasury is insisting on. Now, what I want to hear from them, because National Treasury has proven without any doubt that instead of taxing the rich or the wealthy, it will continue to tax the poorest of the poor. And that's why even currently they're increasing fuel levy, which is one of the most aggressive tax systems in the world. Now it's clear that National Treasury doesn't buy into this story of wealth tax. But I want to check with them. Don't they think that National Treasury have a case when they say the wealthy are overtaxed, or maybe they've been taxed adequately? In fact, they are saying they are overtaxed. Don't they think that National Treasury have a case? What is their analysis of that particular state? Do they agree with National Treasury that the wealthy are overtaxed in South Africa? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Sondron. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chair, thank you. Just a couple of questions. The first one from our side to the Tax Institute side. From a tax policy perspective, what is the most significant weakness in the current revenue proportions? And then, Chair, I've heard the outcries of the child rights, the red life, and yeah, as they are, I'm also really concerned, what we invest in early childhood. And that's what Warren has said. If you invest now, you will see, and you don't have to invest later in the child's life. Your submissions highlights really, growing child poverty, and also the maintenance and the construction of buildings. The question is, what specific budget reallocations would you recommend strengthening child-focused programs within the current fiscal framework? To SAPA, maybe I missed it, but the question to SAPA is what level of excise increases would your industry consider sustainable without negatively affecting investment and employment? You raised the issue of excise increases, so that is just a question that I really want to clarity on. And then to DGMT, did I hear that you support strengthening the health promotion levy? And the question is, just what measurable public health outcomes have been observed since the levy was introduced? Do you really believe that fiscal measures alone are sufficient to address lifestyle-related diseases? And then the Tobacco Association highlights the growth of illicit tobacco markets. The question, what specific enforcement measures should government prioritize to combat illicit trade? How should policymakers balance the health objective of reducing smoking with maintaining stable excise revenue? And then just to BASA and PEP, South Africa cannot tax its way to growth. That's just a statement from mine. In your view, what are the three most urgent reforms government must implement to restore economic growth and expand the tax base. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and at the start, I'd like to thank the presenters for their presentations. As we are a democracy, as pointed out by another member, it is wonderful that we have this public participation process where people are able to air their views, even if we've heard them before, because it's important that we hear the voices from all diverse sides of the spectrum. Whether we agree with them or not, it's important that the platform's given, and so I think we should be celebrating that. Chairperson, I'll be fairly brief. I think, Dr. Miller, I want to make the point that the Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act, as amended, certainly does need further amendment. And I think that there's general agreement that a number of aspects of the Act need to be tightened up, reviewed, in terms of bringing it, making it more practical, not only in terms of timelines, but also in terms of the way that some of these things are processed, and certainly the way the the PBO office operates. Which brings me to the second point that you raised, the PBO, and the fact that it needs stabilization. I think this is something that's front of mind. I think I'll welcome your comments that this office needs to be properly stabilized and capacitated so that we as members get the correct level of advice and the appropriate guidance from experts across the board. And then just to perhaps echo some of the sentiments so far, I think FITA was the one that first discussed it, but there were a number of presentations that highlighted the challenges we're finding with the illicit market. And I think that government has in the past been more of an enabler than a barrier to illicit goods. And I do think that it certainly is time that much better controls are put in place, and that there's a much stronger focus on dealing with the illicit markets, rather than focusing on the and I think this is something that we do far too often, is we focus on organized industry and the legitimate industry as low-hanging fruit. I know SARS is often pointed out as a culprit of doing this, where the people that are compliant are the ones that SARS and all the enforcement agencies go after, rather than looking for the non-compliant people. So I do think that it is a focus area that we do urge Treasury and all of the other enforcement bodies to cooperate much more strongly in terms of getting to the bottom of these problems and finding a much better way to stop the illicit trade, which undermines not only the health of our people, but also the health of our fiscus. Thank you.
Honorable Ryder, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Makovela.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to colleagues on the platform. The first question that I have is towards BASA. And to BASA, what impact will an inflation-linked exercise have on the development and the impact of companies? Or will this only improve the profitability of companies? And the second question that I have is to SAPA. Well, in the main measures beyond the excise duties that are required to reduce alcohol consumption in societies, as stated in their presentation and their studies, what do they think the South African population can learn as lessons beyond, so that we significantly start taking measures or employing measures that can reduce the consumption of alcohol in society? Because we understand from their presentation that our societal problems emanate or stem from the fact that South Africans consume a lot of alcohol. So what can they share with us as best practices, perhaps from other countries, that they have seen or have learned in their studies? And the last one, Chair, would be to the Women's Project on Farms, as they propose that more tax should be towards the wealthy. Perhaps maybe they can share with us exactly where do they think we can optimize in taxing the wealthy without also skewing the tax system, because the wealthy currently feels that they are taxed more and heavily. The tax system is geared towards taxing them more, but if they are saying we must still further tax them more, where do they think we can optimize, and how do they see a government optimizing in taxing the wealthy? Those are my three questions, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Makuel. Dr. Beck.
Thank you, Chairperson. I wasn't going to speak about the PBO today, but seeing as Dr. Mueller has mentioned it, I wonder from Dr. Mueller, having been part of the PBO and as an economist, whether it is your sense that we still need the PBO, or do we perhaps need a better funded and a broader mandated FFC to do some of this work? And if we're able to expand the mandate of the FFC, how would that look? I'll leave my questions there, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Beck. Honorable Suisa.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Greetings for everyone. I would also like to welcome the presentations that have been done by the stakeholders that are here today. Chair, most of my questions were taken, but only one question that has not been taken, the one that is directed to the Families for Children, Chairperson, because they've continuously spoken about the role of parents and parenting, and then that government is not putting enough funds into assisting in parenting. Can they just elaborate when they speak about support for parenting? What do they actually expect the government to do to assist? I know they've touched on the issue of grants, and also the Women for Farm projects have also touched on the issue that the grants that have been given, especially the social grants, is not enough to make sure that they meet the needs, the daily needs of the children, specifically to women. Women on Farm project representatives that also touched on the issue of seasonal workers. So can they just elaborate on the issue of how do they think, or what suggestions do they have that government can do more to ensure that parenting is assisted, especially for those that are on grants? And then Breadline Africa, they've again, as the last time, Chair, their concern is pertaining to the subsidy per child, which at the moment stands at 24 rands per child. what do they suggest or what do they recommend the subsidy should be to ensure that the children, especially those that are depending on the grants and also the ECD issue, how much do they recommend that government should be giving per child per day that is attending school? For now, that will be all my only question, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Suisa. Honorable Squad.
Chair, let me as well welcome the submissions that have been made by stakeholders. Chair, mine is two questions. One goes first to the Alcohol Policy Alliance that deals with the pricing for alcohol, but also in terms of policy. It will also obviously relate to what the DG Murray Trust have presented. That it seems to be emphasizing more on the pricing, which does not necessarily target the revenue enhancement, but dealing with lifestyles. As Honorable Schwartz has alluded. And I was thinking that perhaps there are more options that could be looked into in terms of healthy lifestyles programs, but also public education where our communities could learn more, but also be able to prevent, because pricing alone can actually redirect consumers to harmful concoctions that we know do exist. And that would not help, it would actually heighten the problem. So I was just saying perhaps we need to get the understanding in terms of the balancing of that, because pricing alone it has got actually unintended consequences as we have seen before. So we really need to deal with that. I mean, it does relate to smoking. We have seen proliferation of illicit cigarettes. We have seen, alcohol concoctions that are being brewed in some corners in other factories and so on. So I'm just saying because they are going to sell that at a lower price, and people will still consume that, even if they know that this is not really the actual healthy way of doing things. So I'm just saying perhaps we need to really refocus and make it a point that we're able to get our outcomes properly. The second one, Chair, is related to the South African Institute of Taxation. With regard to the Western Cape High Court judgment on VAT, I would like to understand what is the view of SAIT on the fact that on VAT, the minister may still announce adjustment to certain levies and duties. For example, fuel levies and excise duties where the enabling legislation permits. And this changes through regulations or schedule amendments. What would be the recommendation of the South African Institute of Taxation with regard to that, where the minister may still announce adjustment? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Scott. Honorable Mautu, then Honorable Khadan.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself, greetings to the colleagues on the platform. I want to also welcome the presentations by the stakeholders. We've heard your cry, and as far as alcohol sins are concerned, I'm calling them sins because there's just too much that is so negative about the alcohol. So we've heard your cry. Chair, I want to comment. Most of my issues have been covered already, so I'm just going to go to Dr. Muller's presentation. He starts off by a correct observation, or rather raising a point which we raised in the past of the unilateral decision by the minister to increase the VAT. I just want to say we've seen again this year, as he did last year, an attempt to also increase the fuel levy. So that matter is also in court as it pertains to last year's budget. So with that pending decision, we see him again increasing the fuel levy this year. It's going to follow the same argument which we are arguing in court. Chair, then Dr. Mulders raises two very critical points of the two institutions that are supposed to strengthen our oversight of fiscal matters. One is the vacancies that are currently happening at the FFC, with even the tenure of the FFC chairperson lapsing very soon. And we're not seeing anything, unless if we missed it, Chair, that is on the pipeline to fill these vacancies in preparation for now the FFC chairperson leaving the institute or institution. But already with 3 commissioners period lapsed, it should raise an alarm to us as the committee that what actually is happening, because we see the collapse now of FFC. The second one is the PBO. We know that the head of PBO is not with us, and the exit was also not nice, Chair, in the manner in which it was executed. As we hear it now coming up, we all know that it was a fixed term contract, but for the authorities to just leave it to lapse, and then you get a call in the morning, bring back our gadgets, with no at least prior 6 months review, or at least to be sensitized that we are coming to an end, let's do a performance review so that you exit. It's not good. We are going to read about this thing very soon in the papers, because if this matter is not resolved, it's going to put us all into disrepute. These are the things that, Chair, I think amongst ourselves, not necessarily the stakeholders, but because the stakeholder raised it, it becomes a concern that is already out there. It's known out there that we have a vacancy in the highest office of the PBO. Was discussing this fiscal framework and budget speech of the minister with no head of PBO. So it's a concern. It should be a concern to all of us that we find ourselves in this situation. But be that as it may, Chair, we welcome the presentations, and we agree with those who are saying the sins of alcohol far much outweighs even this increase that is being sought by the Minister of Finance to try to boost the revenue. You can't compare the lives of our people with the money that it generates on the side for the economy. That will be all for me for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mauta. Bungan.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, everyone on the platform. I also concur with my colleagues that the presentations today, they are very spot on. They are touching on the real issues which are affecting our people. And then we appreciate that the Parliament has given all the stakeholders the chance to add their views. But what I find very disturbing today is that I find myself agreeing with Honorable Mountain, which is very rare.
One Tom,
you know, it's true. It's true, Chair. When you speak about the issue of the PPO director, I think that it was not handled properly. I think it was not handled properly because I think this issue of the contract was actually, everyone knew well in advance what was supposed to have happened. But I think that on the side of Parliament, we have to blame ourselves that sometimes we have dropped the can. But I think that in moving forward, I'll agree with Honorable Rana that we have to tighten the Money Bills Land Amendment Act, so that we cannot have these tendencies. Because if the people have given the best service to an institution, they must go out with a bang, so that they're appreciated. Just like Mr. Kasveter, the SARS commissioner, I think it was good that during our sitting the budget presentation, he got a standing ovation, actually, from across political, except a few. But his work was highly appreciated because, what he promised last year, that he'll find something around the issue of the 20 billion rand tax, which was supposed to have been dealt with. But here we come now, that 20 billion is no longer, that VAT increment to affect 20 billion is not there. So that's why that when people do such a wonderful job, they must be appreciated. Also on the issue of the illicit products, I think that we have to appreciate the Border Management Authority, because I just got a report last week that they've fired more than 50 people for aiding and abetting the issue of the cross-border crime. I think that those institutions actually must be reinforced by having adequate allocation for that. But on Dr. Muller, I think on slide 4, he's raising something who said that the issue of processing of the revenue proposals, I think that he must expatiate what is flawed with the procedure which we're having right now, and then what must be done to go upon, because he is raising the issue that there's something flawed about the processing revenue proposals. What is it? He must elucidate that. But number 2, on the issue of the FFC and PBO, cannot agree more with him that it must be done. Those offices, those vacancies must be filled as of yesterday. But we must also appreciate that on the issue of this fiscal policy we're having right now, the issue of containing spending in order to have primary surplus, it has done a lot of things to stabilize the debt to the GDP ratio and all those things concerning with that. But what is his view on the lack of consideration of the other tax measures and what measures are required to achieve higher nominal growth rates? But the other issue is that one of Breadline Africa. I agree more with that. They must get more subsidy, particularly the early development centers. But apart from those subsidies, the issue of the infrastructure involved. During the Back to School campaign, I visited a couple of the ECD centers, which were previously had, which were under the control of social development. I think that I got a shocker. Actually, those places, some of them are fire hazards, whatever it might be. Is it not the high time now that they recommend, or is it not the high time that we use these empty public land or facilities, buildings, or even the church buildings, so that there must be some sort of minimal standard for an ECD to qualify as an ECD. And then, but on the issue of supporting us, the ECD centers, it must come as of yesterday. On the issue of Women on Farm project, yes, I think that when you look at the budget proposals, 60% goes to social land or social wage. And then I understand the aspect of seasonal workers, but I would have expected that if there are seasonal workers, there's UIF which must come in during the break from the season they are not working. Is the Department of Labor not helping them in executing that? And then, but what is critical too is the issue of alcohol. I cannot agree more. What you get from alcohol is actually far less than the damage the alcohol causes. As we speak about the families, one of the very nucleus of the society is the family. But when we look at South Africa here, we come in the wrong terms. Actually, in Africa, we are regarded as the country which has got a lot of boozers. There's something wrong with that. And even at an early stage, the teenagers, that bad incident which happened in the Eastern Cape, it shows that there's something wrong about alcohol. There's something wrong that our children are hooked at such an early stage. So I think that what is this guys we are dealing with doing to ensure that they mitigate against that?
Okay, let's go back to the stakeholders. I'll give you 2 minutes each, which is 22 minutes combined. DG Mare, Trust, 2 minutes. Do you have any question to respond to?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to all of the honourable members who posed their questions. I would like to note that our limiting to illicit trade on one slide was not to say that we don't see it. We'd like to recognize that illicit trade is a very, very big challenge in South Africa. But what is important for us to understand is that illicit trade, although it is growing, still does not account for the majority of the alcohol that is currently in our market. So a Euromonitor study, which was an alcohol industry funded study, which was the one that popped the lid open on alcohol illicit trade in South Africa, estimated that around 20% of alcohol in South Africa may be illicit. That means that about 80% or 4/5 of the alcohol consumption remains within the legal system. And yes, illegal alcohol, illicit alcohol poses significant health risks, but it doesn't make legal alcohol any healthier. Ethanol is still ethanol. It is associated with 7 different types of cancer, increases the risk of deepening mental health challenges. We have an increasing population drinking heavy amounts of alcohol. And so DG Murray Trust and Rethink Your Drink aren't saying that we want to eradicate alcohol entirely. We're saying, how can we use the policy measures at our disposal to create environments that support low to moderate consumption? And in order to do that, we need to look at the legal market. There is currently no evidence to suggest that if we keep legal alcohol as cheap as we can, that the illicit trade will skyrocket. Countries all over, Scotland, Wales, all of them who have implemented increased excise taxes alongside minimum unit pricing have not reported surges in their illicit trade. Because they've coupled it with strategies like what the SARS Commissioner has proposed to curb illicit trade, because largely the challenge with illicit trade is the country is enforcement and not a pricing issue. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Hello.
She's done, Chair.
I thought this meeting was a challenge of network. Okay. Thanks, Honorable Moke. Saba, 2 minutes. South African Alcohol Policy Alignment, are you there? Okay, let's go to the next one. Sovereign Africa rating. Do you have any question to respond to?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there's any question to respond to. Taking in all the comments, though. Thank you.
Pleasure. Families for children.
Yes, thank you very much for the questions. There were 2 questions. The first one was about what are we asking, what specific budget requests are we making? Primarily what we're asking for is a shift in focus and prioritization. Parenting support is a multiplicity of services, and government has committed to prioritize and fund these. However, for years, the funding has primarily gone to a few things like social grants. And the problem is that the bulk of the promises remain that have not been prioritized by the Minister of Finance and departments, and therefore they've not been taken on and had budgets created for them. So you've got key policies that remain with unfunded budgets. So we'd like the committees to recognize parenting support as a priority and in the budget, and then civil society and other members can support calculating and ensuring a ring-fence budget for each department as asked by provinces and local government based on the priority and size and scale of the areas that they work in. So for now, we want to break the priority or the cycle of this area of funding in terms of promises made in policy for parenting support not being a priority in the budget and not being funded. The second question was about what exactly are we asking government to do? What action is expected in terms of parenting support? And my response to that question is that parenting support is defined clearly in the policies. It's a package of services, and each department has a particular responsibility for the fulfillment of those packages of services. And these need to be fulfilled in combination. So there's some things that the Department of Health does, some things Department of Social Development, some things Department of Basic Education, and others. And in order for those things to be delivered in combination, there has to be an opportunity for parent support to be discussed globally.
Thank you. Dr. Muller, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. 2 minutes will not be enough time to do justice to the questions, but I'll do my best. The point by Honourable Beasley about SARS underperformance. Well, Honourable Beasley, I am one of the most qualified and independent commentators on this issue, but you don't have to rely on my expertise. You can go to page 38 of the budget review and you will see the facts presented there actually show underperformance by SARS on a key performance indicator, which they used to justify their request for increased resources. Honourable Ryder, I think, was mostly in agreement with my points around the amendment of the Money Bills Act and the PBO. I don't think there was a question there. Honourable Burke asks an important question about the roles of the FFC and the PBO. I can't do justice to that here. What I would say is this was an issue that came up when the PBO was created. My view is that the PBO, there is some overlap between their functions, but that doesn't need to be that material, provided both entities act accordingly. I think the PBO does play an important role, and in particular, in relation to its independence from the executive. I think the way it's structured is very important. So I would be in favor of retaining the PBO in short, but there are a lot of changes that need to happen in terms of how it's being run and in terms of capacitation and so forth. In response to Honourable Maotwe, yes, I have a suspicion as well that the fuel levy case will go in a similar direction to the VAT case. I just think there's a certain constitutional inevitability about that. It'll be concerning, in fact, if there's a contradiction in those rulings. In relation to the comments by Honourable Maotwe and Honourable Khadebe about the PBO director, I don't want to talk about individuals. I actually joined the PBO at the same time as Dr. Jantjies. We worked together very closely for 2 years. Regardless of the details of what happened, though, the legislation is clear that the director can only serve 2 terms. So in my view, the really fundamental issue is not about these individual issues about an individual being recognized or whatever. It's the fact that Parliament should have advertised that post long in advance. And as a result, there should have also been no ambiguity about Dr. Jantjies' departure. It's not about him as an individual. It's about what the legislation says. And there were very good reasons for that provision in the legislation. There was a question also from Honourable Khadebe about the tax proposals and the way they're processed. I can't go into that in detail here, but I did make submissions when the Money Bills Act was amended before, and in a number of other presentations that I've made. So I'd be happy to send those through to you, but I can't do justice to that in 2 minutes. But I have got into quite some detail in previous submissions. I'll be happy to send those through to the committee. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. Breadline Africa.
Thank you, Chair. So to answer very quickly, Honourable Swart asked about what specific investment on current fiscal proposal. We recommend that the Finance Committee introduce a dedicated ring-fenced national capital and maintenance allocation not only for ECD, but for primary school and secondary school too. If we look at in the pit toilet pandemic that we still see on the ground firsthand ourselves, this is not going to be supported by the current budget that these schools are getting. We have completed 40 schools in the last 2 years, removing pit toilets and installing flushing systems, and this costs money. So this budget that's currently allocated for infrastructure in schools isn't focused on that. So we want an explicit inclusion on ECD in the budget facility for infrastructure and clear assignment of ECD infrastructure functions to local government. This investment should fund the construction and upgrading of safe, compliant classrooms, kitchens, sanitation facilities, outdoor learning, and required to achieve this by 2030 is going to be a stretch. Honorable Suisa, she mentioned about the subsidy. So just some context, it was 17 Rand a day since 2017. I believe it only increased last year to 24 Rand. Our recommendation, I know it might be ambitious, but let's call it a conservative increase would be to 35 Rand a day, but a more realistic is 40 to 45 Rand a day. And if we want to really be ambitious, we can look at 50 Rand a day. And this is to ensure that the schools can pay for the learning materials, can pay for sanitation products, can pay for nutrition, stipend practitioners, and also assist these ECD centers in becoming compliant because they can use funding from the school fees instead of from subsidies. Mr. Honorable Khadebe, I think you're in agreement with subsidies and infrastructure being quite key, but your question on public land, and I 100% agree, if this is a possibility to be allocated public land, which would obviously save costs on purchasing, we could look at assisting with public-private partnership. Our only learning from this is that the time it takes for the land to be allocated as a donation takes too long, and investors or donors lose interest, and they would rather assist in facilities in need immediately. But we do agree that building full facilities on public land could make a dent in the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Fair Trade Independent Tobacco Association. FITA. They're not there. Women on Farm Project.
Thank you, Chair. So it's myself and the director that will answer the question on the social grants. Regarding the questions on the wealth tax, thank you so much for those questions. With regard to the wealth tax, we lean very heavily on the World Inequality Report 2021 Pittston study, and they make the case that we shouldn't see estate taxes and donation taxes, for example, that we shouldn't see these as competition to a wealth tax, but instead a complement. They should not substitute, but complement each other. And so their studies show that 3 to 7% wealth tax on the richest 1%, with a tax evasion rate of 30%, can give us 134 billion Rand. And that is 20 times more than the transfer duties or 60 times more than the estate duties. And they say with that type of revenue, you could actually transform the system completely and maybe repeal some of the other taxes and replace it with a wealth tax. So it's really about exploring the option, but also inside of these taxes at the moment, the wealth taxes, there are loopholes that the wealthy can get around, whereas a wealth tax, which is a tax on an annual tax on the net worth, would close those loopholes. So that is also another reason why we advocate for the wealth tax. And then last comment was on Bhutu tax. And it is very important because you do not want to disincentivize savings. And SARS actually has a very good indicator. They have the high wealth unit. That consists of about 2,800 South Africans, and you have to have a net worth of over 50 million. So within the 1%, we calculate that to be about 0.04% of the total population. And so we say, why not start there with that unit? Because SARS already has that information. And so it's an excellent place to start the tax, the wealth tax, to begin to explore the wealth tax, because it doesn't touch the middle class and it doesn't touch people who have been saving. In response to the social wealth grant questions, I hand over to Colette Solomon, the Director of Women on Farms.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you very much for this opportunity. So what we are very specifically asking for is that all the grants need to be at the limit of the upper bound poverty line. So that is 2,846 Rand, or at the very, very least, the food poverty line, which is 855 Rand. So, for example, the child support grant for 2026 is 560 Rand a month, and that is 41% below the average monthly cost to feed a child a nutritious diet. So that should at least be 948 Rand. So with such substantial differences between the poverty line, the food and the nutritious diet line for children, we can see that that would make a big difference just in terms of the quality of food, the quantity of food. I think this morning, Charmaine spoke about literally not having enough food to feed the family, to feed the children during those months when they are not employed. So also I think there was a question about the unemployment insurance fund. So for seasonal workers who work 2, 3, 4 months of the year, if they're lucky, they do not ordinarily accumulate sufficient credits to qualify for a UIF payment every year. So a year or two can go by until they've accumulated enough credits and in order to get the UIF. We also know that there is very often a lack of registration by commercial farmers to register workers for UIF. So there's also a problem of enforcement by the Department of Employment and Labor. We also know that some workers are still paid cash in hand, so they are not registered again for UIF. So there are loopholes around UIF, which is currently structured for workers who are in permanent employment and is, I would say, blind or silent of the realities of seasonal women workers who, as a norm, only work 3 or 4 months a year. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks very much. Public Economic Project.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. There were three questions for myself. The first two from Honourable Van Rooyen regarding secular consolidation versus austerity. I don't want to get into semantics over here, but in the words of the former chairperson of the Standing Finance Committee, we could say that the budgets have been relatively austere. We did see a strong growth in 2025, but going forward, when we control for inflation and we control for population growth, we are seeing a real reduction in allocation to many areas. And this seems, if we want to realize that debt as a share of GDP objectives over the medium term and over the next 8 years, it would likely require further compression of expenditure. The second question from Honourable Van Rooyen was regarding Treasury's estimations. When I was the PBO, we did a study looking at Treasury's estimates and looking at comparing the accuracy and looking for biasness, and we compared it to the SARB, the IMF, the World Bank, and consensus, and we found the Treasury to be generally quite accurate in terms of its GDP projections. Similar other studies have found the same thing. However, where it goes wrong is more on the expenditure side, and this speaks to the issue at the heart of government when it comes to making difficult decisions and committing to certain expenditure trajectories. And I do feel that the aspiration in the budget for a principles-based approach that would speak to a new administration could assist in this respect. And those are the questions that were relevant to me. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks. Then Said, Beer Association, before Said.
Thank you so much, Chair and members. There was a question from Honourable Member Van Rooyen. Honourable Member, the real question, I suppose, from the perspective of the industry is really not whether BASA wins or the industry wins or loses the policy argument. The real question is whether National Treasury should be required to show its work and who has the authority to demand that it does. If you look at the current annual excise decisions, these are not transparent. There is no published methodology. There is no public data showing how the value was derived. There's simply no explanation of what factors were weighed, what evidence was considered, or why the CPI guideline that Treasury itself introduced in 2014 has been set aside in the last 10 years without comment. This committee has the power to change that, through the function of parliamentary oversight, requiring the executive to account for its decisions. I think it's therefore, from our perspective, really, Honourable Member, not a justification of an industry ask, but certainly this is something that is a democratic ask in what I've just described. And there was a question from Honourable Member Makubela. I want to be very emphatic to say that the CPI linkage does not hand brewers a windfall. Brewers are not asking for a regulatory environment in which they are not required to pay taxation to remain profitable. What the ask is really is for formal business to be built, for more jobs to be made and created by the industry, and for more contribution to the tax base as well as GDP. The country currently is forfeiting 16.5 billion per year in lost excise and VAT revenue to the illicit market. This is revenue, I think it goes without saying, it could have been used to fund a school, a hospital, a clinic, even our very own grant system. So the CPI linkage is simply not an ask to improve profitability at all of beer producers. It's an ask to stop making the illicit market more profitable. For every above inflation excise increase, this makes illicit alcohol more profitable. And illicit alcohol operators, I think we've got to understand that, firstly, they have no compliance costs, no excise liability, no formal employment that they are expected to protect. And I think from our perspective, this simply cannot be permitted to persist. And I think I'll leave it there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Said?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you to Honourable Beasley for acknowledging our comments regarding the capacitation of SARS, and then to Honourable Van Rooyen, who spoke about the tenderpreneur withholding tax. We do agree with you not to put the cart before the horse. It's not every apple that is bad in the basket. In this regard, what we're looking at, or the proposal we'd like to set forward, is that there should be some sort of threshold looking at specific high-risk sectors, for example, construction, consulting, infrastructure, and the type of tenderpreneur or business person who is engaging in that government procurement process. And how the withholding tax mechanism would work here is that in some instances where the state will pay a certain percentage or amount or tender to that specific person, then upfront there should be a small percentage of withholding taxes. We know that South Africa already has a plethora of those in the form of interest, dividends, etc. Those are final taxes, but there is some sort of framework in place. And if the state withholds that small amount upfront and remits it directly to the SARS, then whether or not the person performs in terms of the tender, at some point in time, there could be some sort of refund mechanism. We already have that in place. And this should apply to contracts, as I said, above a certain threshold. For example, 1 million rand, we can take it from there. And if the tax status of the person to whom the tender has been awarded depends on their compliance status, would then determine the rate at which a certain percentage is withheld. Maybe 0% for fully compliant taxpayers, 20% for standard, and 35% for non-compliant suppliers. It must be noted that there are already other countries that do this. There's relevant contracts tax already in Ireland. India has a tax deducted at source. So there are mechanisms or countries that we can look at in terms of putting this in place. But I agree with you, not putting the cart before the horse, but if a framework like that might work. And then Honorable Swart, you spoke about a tax policy weakness. I can't speak for National Treasury and do not wish to do so in this forum. But what we are picking up from the budget is that perhaps over-reliance on a small amount of taxpayers is where a lot of, the risk will come in there. We know that South Africa relies heavily on a small share of taxpayers. 60% of personal income tax is paid by the top 13% of people, and roughly about 7.7 of those are, people that pay above 1 million rand. So relying specifically on a narrow tax base is where a structural weakness comes in tax policy. But we're seeing how Treasury is trying to look at other avenues in terms of capacitating SARS to collect more. Another policy weakness is the over-reliance on VAT and corporate income tax, or PIT and corporate income tax. We know that the largest share of our tax revenue comes from these two, and it's higher than the OECD average. In 2023, these two direct taxes accounted for about 55% of total tax collections. So perhaps we need to look at a policy shift, again, I'm speaking for Treasury, that looks at, stripping out cyclical and structural, because if a lot of our reliance is on these taxes and it is cyclical, looking at the world economy with which you're operating in the trade framework, then we need to start designing for policy that can withhold what is happening in the world today. That's just from the policy perspective. And then lastly, Honorable Sekwati, about the 7-4, we do agree with what the Constitutional Court laid out. And if you go to paragraph 494 of the judgment there, the court did mention that there is already a framework in place. What is this necessitated is that there needs to be prompt parliamentary ratification. We understand that the minister cannot simply announce, even though I think one of the panelists did mention that this has been the case in the past. We appreciate that, but we then would implore that the bills and the ratification by Parliament be more promptly done, so that there is no time lag between the announcement and the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed with getting inputs from stakeholders. Kosato, are you there? Comrade Matthew.
Afternoon, Chair. Yes, sir, we're here. We can start. Let me just try to just share our presentation quickly. Hopefully you can see it, Chair. Let me just make it into the slideshow. Yeah, okay, let me gallop, Chair. I know you're under time pressure. Morning, members. My name is Matthew Parks from COSATU. Thanks for giving us space to to share our views. Sorry, I'm a bit technologically challenged here. Let me try to reduce all these little bars. I think, Chair, overall, we're disappointed with the budget. We feel it's quite lackluster. We had really hoped to see more, and we do appreciate some of the progressive allocations we had campaigned for. But overall, Chair, I think we feel that the budget fails to respond to the fundamental crisis facing us. So that's a 41% unemployment rate, weak economic growth, struggling public and municipal services and SOEs, and of course, entrenched poverty, inequality, crime, and corruption. And the budget, Chair, really focused on balancing books at the expense of kickstarting economic growth and tackling unemployment. With regards to public services, I think we think that it's critical to invest in public services if we're going to grow the economy to create jobs. There are some positive allocations, for example, for Grade R, 18 billion rand. There's some positive allocations for NHI grants, for revitalizing public healthcare, district health, 7 new provincial hospitals, the hiring of doctors and home affairs staff, and there's also progress in eradicating ghost posts. But we're quite worried, Chair, and dismayed that there's no allocation for the 10,000 labour inspectors pledged in the SONA weeks before. The proposal around public service, Chair, is that Treasury needs to allocate funding for the new 10,000 labour inspectors. We also need to prioritize filling frontline vacancies like doctors, nurses, teachers, police. We should extend the ghost post audit to all departments, entities, SOEs, and municipalities. And also, we should be reducing the size of a bloated senior management in favor of shifting resources to frontline posts like teachers and nurses. Local government really remains the state's Achilles heel. Now, we all know the horror stories, 60% in financial trouble, many struggling to provide basic services or even pay staff, even pay taxes. We do hope that the 27 billion rand to help capacitate the metro cities' ability to provide basic service and to bill correctly is going to make a difference. We would support amending the MFMA to capacitate government to intervene timeously. And of course, one would welcome the 320,000 houses which would be connected to the grid, the rolling out of 250,000 smart meters. But Chair, these are not anywhere near enough to fix our dysfunctional municipalities, to tackle the rising debt, or to deal with corrupt or incompetent management. We need to see much bolder interventions to really stabilize the dysfunctional municipalities, including tackling the revenue and the expenditure obligations. Yes, we must get the new municipal funding model and the white paper finalized. But I think, Chair, we also need to really enlist Eskom, Sandra, and the Department of Water and Sanitation to help recapacitate municipalities and to ensure the delivery of basic services to struggling municipalities. Chair, we want to appreciate there is substantial progress in stabilizing some of our key SOEs like Eskom, Metro Rail, Transit, SCA. We feel that more needs to be done to help Eskom reduce the price of electricity, which is increasingly suffocating the economy and households, to help Transit and Metro Rail return to full capacity, because again, it helps unlock the economic growth and jobs. There is a positive, 1 trillion allocation for infrastructure, largely through the SOEs. That's going to help boost growth and jobs. But Chair, we're really dismayed by the lack of turnaround plans for Denel, the SABC, the Post Office and Post Bank, and similarly for the Road Accident Fund. And yet these horror stories continue to mark headlines. So our proposals here, Chair, would be really to give more support to Eskom to reduce the price of electricity, to reduce the municipal debt owed to it, give more support to Metro Rail, SABC and other SOEs. We need to pay a particular attention, Chair, to Transnet, which has not really been given that much support. But again, it's key to mining, manufacturing, agricultural sectors and growth and jobs. We would really want to implore Parliament to put pressure on Treasury to honour the debt relief package for the Post Office, and of course to put in place plans for stabilising Post Bank, Denel and the RAF. One of the most disappointing parts of the budget, Chair, is that in SONA, the President was quite clear and eloquent about some sort of a bold plan to tackle unacceptably high levels of crime and corruption. We look at the budget, there's no real new allocations for the police, the NPA, the Hawks, the judiciary, to ensure they win this war. Yes, there's some positive allocations for the Border Management Authority, for the National Defence Force, but even the latter, Chair, doesn't go far enough to ensure military personnel can actually receive the support they require, including receiving 3 meals a day. Right now, most Defence Force members have been reduced to 1 meal a day. So our proposal here, Chair, is we really need to give additional resources for our law enforcement organs if we're going to win this war against crime and corruption. It's also quite disappointing, Chair, that when we're sitting with 1% economic growth for the past decade plus, we have an absence of a bold stimulus plan, be it for SMEs, industrial, export sectors. We need to see more being done to enable law enforcement to deal with the issue of the construction mafia hindering many of our infrastructure projects. More support needs to be given, Chair, especially as we see the global turmoil in the Middle East, to cushion fragile economic sectors which are exposed to high electricity prices, trade turmoil, oil and CPI hikes, and also the spread of the foot and mouth disease. And Chair, just to give you an example of the misallocation, we allocate 3 billion rand for small business development, but we give 4 billion rand for bodyguards for politicians. At the same time, we're cutting next year the budget for DTIC by 10%, but we speak about boosting manufacturing and reindustrialization. The proposal here, Chair, is for tighter parliamentary oversight around infrastructure rollout, more active law enforcement to deal with the construction mafia, cable theft, to engage the DFIs, how to boost economic and infrastructure investments, and similarly to have engagements at NEDLEC about some sort of a bold stimulus plan for SMEs, industrial export sectors. And of course, to fix the UF's temporary employment relief scheme, Chair, where it takes companies about 14 months to get relief. I think other colleagues have mentioned that, in the 6 years we have the SOD grant, there's no increase for it once again. At the same time, there's an increase for members of parliament. It's painful, Chair, that NSFAS in its 8 years has never once been adjusted for inflation. The presidential employment program has been cut by half in this year's budget. And we think there is really a need to revamp the jobs program to see how to pool funding, reduce corruption and wastage, comply with the minimum wage, and really provide the training experience needed to find work. And of course, we would hope Treasury will now begin the discussions on the next phase of the two-part pension reforms. Our proposals here really is about for Parliament to adjust the SOD grant and the NSFAS threshold for inflation in this year's budget, and to see how can the SOD grant be linked to the food poverty line over MTEF, and similarly for NSFAS to recover its lost value over MTEF. There's a need to also engage the DFIs and the CETAs and the NSF about taking over a share or contributing towards the public employment program, and some engagement on that. And of course, to fast track engagement on the next phase of the two-part pension reform for next year. Just getting towards the end on revenue. So we welcome the CPI tax bracket relief, the first time in 3 years. It's quite disappointing here that SARS over the next 2 years is only given 2% adjustments. The GFREC allocation is welcome. A proposal here on revenue, Chair, is really we should be giving SARS at least 5 billion rand additional annually for the next 3 years and give it a task to raise tax compliance to 75% over MTEF. If we're to get ourselves out of this constant robbing Peter and Paul and seeing who we can pay. SARS should be required to report quarterly on tax compliance and crack down on illicit goods, and also see how can we further reduce tax loopholes for the wealthy, for large corporations, and so on. Chair, in conclusion, look, there are important allocations which we do welcome around education and health, but I think overall, Chair, we must really say as COSATU, we're disappointed that the budget prioritizes balancing books at the expense of a bold stimulus package to fix municipal and public services, to spur growth and create jobs, to give relief to the poor and unemployed, and to ramp up tax compliance. Chair, we think we can't continue to have this discussion about how we seem to be okay to normalize 1% economic growth and 41% plus unemployment. And so, Chair, lastly, our plea would be to Parliament to exercise its own powers to amend the budget to adjust the SOD grant and NSFAS threshold for inflation, to improve financing for SARS, public employment programs, as well as a stimulus relief for SMEs, industrial and export sectors. So let me stop there, and hopefully I stuck to the time allocated, Chairperson. Thanks very much, members.
Thanks, Comrade Metu. You served 2 minutes. Heineken? Heineken Beverages, are you there?
Hi, Chair. Yes, apologies. I'm just trying to get my video started and share. Can you see my screen? Not yet. It's not sharing for some reason.
Please proceed with the presentation in the meantime. Nkululeko and Alan will be assisting you.
Oh, I think they're sharing the PDF. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, and also members of both the Standing and Select Committees. My name is Carmen van Niekerk, and I'm here representing Heineken Beverages. We are the only producer of a full portfolio of ciders, beers, and spirits and wines. And we, as always, appreciate the opportunity to engage with the committee on the fiscal framework. Thank you. I see the slides have moved. So today I'll focus on 2 key areas. Firstly, the rapidly expanding illicit alcohol market, as has already been raised by several presenters. And then within that context, the continued need for excise certainty and stability. Thank you. We can go to the next slide. And the next one. Thank you. So over the past decade, excise has consistently risen above inflation. While we welcome the fact that the 2026 increase has now aligned to CPI, unfortunately, the cumulative effect of these repeated above inflation increases has significantly widened the gap between CPI and the excise burden on legal products. This widening gap has created a growing price differential between legal and illegal alcohol. Thanks. Next slide. And what's happened, as we've heard several discussions this morning, is that illicit alcohol has just stepped into that space. The data is clear. on average, illicit alcohol is 37% cheaper than legal alcohol. And as excise continues to increase faster than inflation, consumers, especially low-income households, increasingly shift to the illicit market. This shifts harms from the legitimate industry, the tax revenue, and public health. Next slide, please. We've been encouraged by the government leaders now repeatedly acknowledging the scale of the illicit economy. To call out a few, in the SONA, the President highlighted the need to stabilise industries affected by illicit trade. The Minister of Finance recently described illicit trade as a structural threat, not a peripheral one. And the SARS Commissioner, Mr. Edward Kieswetter, has actually been banging this drum for quite some time, called it a silent, insidious threat that hollows out industry and fuels corruption. We welcome these acknowledgements and we strongly support the National Illicit Economy Disruption Programme. However, excise policy must be aligned with enforcement. If excise continues to rise faster than inflation as it has in the past, we risk undoing the very enforcement efforts government is now seeking to strengthen. Thank you. Next slide. And this brings us to why we need to talk about excise certainty. Next slide. While the 2026 increase at CPI is absolutely appropriate in light of the policy that is currently in place, it unfortunately stands in stark contrast to the future excise proposals that are currently on the table by National Treasury. So I think it's largely acknowledged that the current CPI increase has in some way or form been linked to this awareness and alignment on the illicit trade and the increase of that. Where we go now is the big question, and that highlights those various question marks that we put there. The proposals that the Treasury have put on the table include a minimum of CPI plus 4 to 10%. In addition, or in parallel to that, it also talks about increasing excise for wine by up to 80% and for beer by up to 40%. These increases are completely at odds with the enforcement-first approach currently being prioritised nationally. Next slide, please. In light of the mismatch between the proposals that Treasury have put on the table and the reality that we're seeing today and what we're discussing, I need to ask the questions of, have the proposals now been overtaken by a new reality? Looking back at the proposals put forward by Treasury, this document was published at the end of 2024, but many of the assumptions are based on 2022 data. In the meantime, there have been several developments that have occurred. Firstly, the WHO has published its revised harm indicators that indicate that there's been approximately a 30% reduction in alcohol-related harm indicators since 2010. The GDP growth remains marginal. Our illicit trade has expanded exponentially, as we've seen. Legal volumes show only moderate growth aligned to adult population growth, and consumers are highly value conscious, driven by the cost of living crisis. And arguably, in light of the global developments, this may even worsen. Unemployment remains deeply entrenched, unfortunately. These conditions suggest that heavy excise increases will be counterproductive to the very goals that the policy seeks to achieve. Next slide, please. I therefore have to ask the question, are we trying to bolt the front door with regulations and higher taxes while we leave the back door wide open for illicit trade? If excise keeps rising aggressively, it will further distort the market, intensify illegality and undermine enforcement. Next slide, please. So, in short, our ask is threefold. Firstly, stability. We'd like to propose a 3-year excise policy freeze, allowing for CPI-only adjustments to continue the announcement that the Minister made this year. This will give the National Economy Disruption Programme the time and policy stability it needs to demonstrate impact. Secondly, partnership. We request and extend our participation in the programs to tackle the national illicit problem. Heineken Beverages has extensive expertise in illicit market detection and enforcement support, which we're ready to contribute alongside the industry. And lastly, sequencing. Let enforcement lead and policy follow. Once illicit trade is materially reduced, broad excise reforms can proceed on a stable footing. Last slide, please. Thank you. Thank you for your time and engagement. We stand ready to support Treasury, SARS, and the committee in building a competitive and compliant alcohol industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Heineken, and also for saving 2 minutes. Winsome Africa.
Well, thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Lutik Molomuswane from Winsome Africa, and we welcome this opportunity to present our submission to this honorable committee. And we will be submitting our presentation under the banner, the silver bullet to unemployment, unlocking SME power. And today I want to make this one central argument to the committee that South Africa's unemployment crisis is not a mystery. And we are all aware of it, and the solution is right in front of us, which we are going to argue that SMEs are the solution to unlock jobs. And if we unlock jobs, we can unlock economic growth. But that will not happen unless there's a policy environment that can move SMEs to truly flourishing. And at Winsome Africa, we had the privilege of working with SMEs for the past 8 years. And we have seen what happens when brilliant, hardworking South Africans are crushed to the ground, not because they lack talent or effort, but because the system does not support them. And so this is the reality that many SMEs face. All right, so what does the budget get right? Let me begin by acknowledging that the 2026 budget gets it right by increasing the VAT registration threshold from 1 million to 2.3 million, which is a significant effort, which in the past, it had remained unchanged for 17 years. But honorable members, when we adjust 1 million for inflation over 17 years, the equivalent to that today is actually 2.5 million, not 2.3 million. So that 2.3 million does not expand relief, but it simply just restores what was lost throughout the 17 years of neglect. A threshold that genuinely, if we were serious about SMEs, that threshold which actually should be somewhere above 3 million. So we commend this step in the right direction. At the same time, we need to be honest and lament that there's still a distance to travel. We also welcome the withdrawal of the 20 billion tax increase, the inflation adjustment of personal tax bracket. We welcome that. The increase in the tax-free investment limit, the expansion of CGT relief for small businesses. These are positive steps in the right direction. But Chairperson, we must note that they are not enough steps because the structural barriers facing SMEs remain largely unchanged. So what are the realities of SMEs in our country? The data is very clear. In South Africa, 98% of all businesses are SMEs. And they contribute roughly around 40% of the GDP. And they employ more than 60% of the labor force. So the numbers are very clear that if we're going to grow the economy, then the SME should be where our focus should be. SMEs are the primary engine for job creation. Yet in South Africa, our policy, they largely ignore these SMEs. SMEs normally are just treated as a one-line item in the budget policy instead of it being a real strategy. Now, in 2025, there were over 1,500 businesses that went into formal liquidations as per the stats by SARS. And so if you look at these numbers, which when we presented to this committee last year, we sounded an alarm that in 2024, there were 2,500 SMEs that closed shop. So you can see that we are not supporting this critical sector. We are not making it as part of a strategy, but we are just treating it as an afterthought and what devastation it does to the economy. And we have an opportunity, honorable members, to fix that. We cannot let this sector that is drowning in all sorts of challenges just remain unsolved. So the real numbers of SMEs failures is higher than the official statistics suggest, and we need to look at that. All right, so let me jump straight to the recommendations that we want to make to this honorable committee, which some of these recommendations we have already tabled in our budget submissions to the National Treasury. So we are proposing that SMEs, the first one, in their first year of operations, be given a relief window from their income taxes and provisional taxes. Now, small businesses, they just cannot afford the hefty compliance, especially in their first 12 months. And so exempting them from these taxes will enable them to grow. And the second proposal that we are putting forward is to have a unified SME digital registration portal. We have been speaking about this for a number of years, that all these fragmented systems, they just don't work for SMEs and they create an administrative burden. And number three, we want to propose that we automate the employment tax incentive. Instead of relying on refunds, but actually to build the monthly wage credit for SMEs hiring youth into the system. And we propose that 30% of the infrastructure of procurement be set aside for SMEs. Because SMEs, normally they are unable to compete with the large corporates. So when it comes to the issues around infrastructure. And we propose that the SETA spending review should be looked at as a matter of urgency, because the SETAs in many times are not producing the results that are intended. So if we can take some of the funding from the SETAs and allocate it directly to SMEs that are hiring young people and that are producing jobs. And we propose that number 6, that red tape regulations be looked at. And this is something that the president spoke about for the past 4 years, but we have not seen it materializing. That there will be this red tape committee, and we are yet to hear what the progress is on that. And we propose number 7, that there will be SME reinvestment tax incentive. So this will be an enhanced deduction for profits reinvested in equipment and technology and training to help these SMEs flourish. And our last proposal is to enforce a 15-day payment to SME suppliers. It is very, very sad that we live in a country where a lot of SMEs will spend over a year waiting for payments from some of the government sectors. Despite that, Treasury has written a lot of regulations but I think it needs to move towards a more policy direction rather than just a treasury regulation. Because the 15-day payment period will actually save many of our SMEs and help them to create jobs. Now, honorable members, I just want to thank you for taking this opportunity to listen to our proposal, and we pray and hope that you will be able to champion these 8 recommendations. South Africa will grow, but not in theory, only if we support SMEs. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Winsome Africa. The next stakeholder, Amanda Mobi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, rather. Greetings to members of the committee and everyone in the room. My name is Chloe Opa. I'm from Amandla.mobi, and thank you once again for the opportunity to come before this committee to make our submission. Honorable Chair, our presentation today is largely informed by the lived realities of the marginalized majority in South Africa, and will present to you the views, the concerns, and demands of members of the public who will be most impacted by the decisions that underpin the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. Honorable Chair, National Treasury claims that the 2026 budget is a turning point for South Africa, stressing fiscal credibility. However, the people on the ground are not feeling the claimed turning point, as the stagnant economic growth, unemployment, and the unaffordable cost of living continue to rip through households in South Africa. The budget celebrates debt stabilization and low GDP growth, but neither translate into real impactful change. We are concerned that National Treasury is normalizing economic stagnation, especially given that the economy has consistently recorded annual growth below 2% between 2009 and 2025. Honorable Chair, the budget does not give clear, immediate plans to mitigate hunger and poverty. The minister has instead prioritized investor confidence to impress outsiders, while the people are left uncertain with little confidence that the budget will work for them. There are no effective measures to properly reduce the cost of living. The government is still spending more on financing debt. Big promises and commitments have been made in the past, but there have not been any tangible results. Honorable Chair, move on to social grants. National Treasury continues to undermine calls to increase grants to levels that meet basic living expenses. Currently, the amounts of grants are not enough to cover basic needs and are continually being eroded by inflation and the high cost of living. The two most prominent parties within the GNU, which is the ANC and the DA, have made election promises to improve social security through income support and to fight child malnutrition and hunger by increasing the child support grant to match the food poverty line and introducing a maternal support grant. However, these promises are yet to be reflected in the budget.
Currently unemployed. I have to pay for crash, which is 250. Okay. Like not that much. I also have to buy school lunch for the kid.
Hello, Chloe.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Are you done?
No, I'm not done, Honorable Chair. Sorry, I'm just playing a video.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and my child gets.
I can't see a video on my side. I just hear a sound in the background.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Chair. I'll just continue. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Honorable Chair, Minister Godongwana's comment about the old age grant was quite a highlight because it suggests that the minister understands the daily struggles of pensioners in South Africa. However, he continues on the trajectory of giving the bare minimum.
Ngiyakubingelela ngqongqoshe wezimali babugodongwane nekomiti la. Siyabonga uchatha usifakele wona kulonyaka. Usifakele u-80 rand siyabonga. Last year usifakele u-R100 besibheka ukuthi phela njengoba ubuthe i-R100 kufanele ukhuphuke uqala phezulwana bese uyehla kusho ukuthi uzokwehla uzofikephi ula kule mali osifakele yona sisenesikhalo sethu sesikhala iminyaka eminingi sifika nalapho eParliament futhi siyacela ukuthi nisikhuphulele imali ngoba sogogo sithwele imizi sithwele abazukulu sithwele amadodana nanemizi angasebenzi umsebenzi awukho eSouth Africa ney'ngane futhi ayiqashwa 35 nithi sindala ingane ayisangeni kodwa nina lapha eParliament kukhona izalukwazi namakhehla njengami engabasehleli nawo emakhaya athola imali engaphezulu thina le mali esiyiholayo yokuthenga ama-toilet paper nje kunina nithi uhulumeni wethu omnyama olwaziyo usizo lwabantu abamnyama owazi futhi abantu abamnyama baney'ngane ey'ningi bazala kuzala namadodana ashiye naney'ngane lezo ngane kufanele sizondle ngayo le mpesheni leyo sinika yona engekho engelutho siyacela babhodungwana nekomiti lakho sisakhala abaningi esasikhala nabo sebadlula emhlabeni kodwa bashiye sisalwa lempi engazange ilunge sisayilunga namhlanje besicela ukuthi nawe uma uzoshiya esihlalweni ushiye sokukhumbula ukuthi khona wakwasenzela sizakhamuzi zase-South Africa sikhokha intela efanayo esitolo sinentela efanayo sithenga nani kulezo tolo sithenga kanotini yizingane zidinga lokhu nalokhu cela nisicabangele nathi.
Honorable Chair, since 2018, pensioners like Gogo Doreen have appeared before parliamentary committees to explain their lived realities and to appeal to the government for a substantial increase to their grant, but they are yet to see a decent pensioners grant. Honorable Chair, we are also concerned that the SRD grant has still not been increased or expanded to include the 10 million excluded people by allocating more budget. Instead, National Treasury and the Department of Social Development have doubled down on stopping fraud by terminating some grants. While there are instances of fraud, what Treasury and DSD doesn't make clear is that the vast majority of fraud cases involve officials and not grant recipients. It is unacceptable that the DSD continues to ignore beneficiaries' testimonies that their grants, such as the SRD, were unfairly terminated, leaving them with no source of income for survival. The DSD is able to get away with the unfair termination of the SRD through its exclusionary regulations, which the Protea High Court have found to be unconstitutional.
I'm actually especially by SRD, I'm the government online country la consider by the being transparent. So that way SRD to the pilot and then definitely unemployment a high to more South Africa how to see jobs, how to see youth, how to see work there, how to see everyone. I couldn't say this up and it's a how is what I know is to policy. So I was believe now it's still I just because like I said, I said I studied. So
Honorable Chair, the future of the SRD remains uncertain, with the government making continued promises to improve the grant without providing clear plans. National Treasury continues to claim that the grant is unaffordable, while the state spends about 30 billion rand in medical aid rebates, which could easily fund the SRD. National Treasury continues to dismiss calls for a net worth tax on the ultra-wealthy, which is the top 1%, despite researchers and experts proving it is feasible and that it would help raise more revenue to fund public services, to support employment initiatives, and implement income support. A survey by Oxfam South Africa and Patriotic Millionaires has found that 64% of South African millionaires would support a 2% wealth tax to fund social programs. The South African Revenue Service also still lacks sufficient capacity and resources to collect more tax. If giving more money to SARS means they can collect more tax, why is National Treasury not giving more budget? This is highly concerning, Honorable Chair, considering that there is at least R500 billion owing to the Revenue Service that remains uncollected. Big businesses are still not paying their fair share of tax, while illicit financial flows continue to undermine the tax system. Medical tax rebates also mostly benefit the top 1% because only 16% of the population is covered by medical aid. This means that for the majority relying on the public health system, there is not enough public funds to provide healthcare, while the government subsidizes those on private healthcare. Wealth inequality has not changed since 1994, and that remains a major issue in South Africa. The top 1% still owns more than 50% of the country's wealth. This is unacceptable, Honorable Chair. We need more decisive tax measures that ensure sufficient funds are directed towards creating sustainable employment and functioning public services, and also stimulating economic growth by injecting money into households to spend. Honorable Chair, proper functioning and well-maintained infrastructure is key to sustainable development, to efficient public services, and a functioning economy. Electricity issues like load reduction continue to be an inconvenience to many poor households in the country, and most recently, water issues have left households inconvenienced in an inhumane manner. It is because of failed infrastructure that South Africa continues to experience such issues. The 1.7 trillion allocated to infrastructure is welcome and is a very bold move by government. However, a bold move means little if there are no clear plans and proper metrics in place to measure return on investment. Allocation alone is not enough to address the immediate pressing issues such as water outages across the country. Rural areas continue to lack basic infrastructure such as clean water pipes and taps. Public schools and hospitals in South Africa still lack the most basic resources and infrastructure. Classrooms and hospitals are overcrowded. There are not enough teachers, not nurses and doctors. Schools do not have libraries or the necessary material needed for teaching. And in dire cases, some schools still do not have proper sanitation facilities, resulting in a resort to unsafe, unhygienic pit toilets. We are also concerned about the budget to the basic education, the budget cut to the Basic Education Employment Initiative under the PES, which is the largest youth employment program. During the finance cluster meeting last week, the committee chairperson stressed that they are worried about youth unemployment and that the government must invest heavily in its young people. But cutting funding for BEI does the opposite by taking away opportunities from the youth. Honorable Chair, spending for health and education remains limited to solve all these issues, even with the budgets allocated. For many years, there have been countless reports of hospitals lacking beds, medicine, and necessary equipment to provide the best health care. Pregnant women do not opt for the floor when there are beds in hospitals to provide the best care. The government needs to develop decisive financial plans to provide relief for our heavily burdened education and health systems. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the minor increases in alcohol, tobacco, and e-cigarette taxes are a step in the right direction. However, the tax increases are far too small, and the finance minister has effectively undermined President Ramaphosa's agenda to tackle alcohol abuse as outlined in the 2026 SONA. The finance minister has once again been hoodwinked by arguments and lobbying by the alcohol and tobacco industry, which has used illicit trade as a red herring. A 2025 study on public attitudes towards alcohol in South Africa found that 85% of people are supporting higher alcohol taxes. Treasury also blacklisted.
So,
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
please go to the last slide and make a concluding remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just conclude just by saying that balancing the books and stabilizing debt is simply not a budget for the people. South Africa remains at a crisis point where unemployment is still very high, food is expensive, and access to basic services remains a challenge. Impressing investors and the IMF should not be the government's top priority. South Africa needs transformative budgets that translate to real, tangible solutions. Low GDP growth cannot be considered growth if people still lack the economic capacity to meet the most basic needs, and commitments cannot continue to be made without any real action. We call on this committee to encourage transformative budgets that will result in an economy that creates sustainable jobs and lifts people out of hunger and poverty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, South African breweries.
Hi, thank you, Chair, and thanks to the honourable members for this session. I will just flight my presentation. Just to confirm that everyone can see the presentation. Honorable Chair. I hope the presentation is visible. Okay.
Yeah,
perfect.
You can proceed for some. You can see this, the present.
Thank you, Chair, for confirming. So not to belabor any of the points already stated around excise taxes, I think initially what I think is important to bring to the committee is we have made contributions as SAB throughout the public hearings process and the tax consultative process for the last 6 years. Bearing in mind, very little has changed, although believing in the democratic process of the system, that it is important that taxpayers, both of individuals and of business, should participate in the process, believing that change will occur. And the consistency and the repetition is, I think, important to show that change has not yet happened. And this presentation, specifically around tax policy design and tax certainty, is hoping to flag those particular dimensions. In the budget review, it had been stated that it is in principle important to maintain a tax system by National Treasury that is efficient, fair, and simple, and that tax policy amendments have strived to generate sufficient revenue to meet government's expenditure requirements without unduly burdening taxpayers. There was a commitment as well from National Treasury to long-term strategy that's focused on broadening the tax base, maintaining relatively low tax rates, and strengthening tax administration to support sustainable revenue raising and economic growth initiatives. Tax policy proposals in general, at least in this budget, were sought to balance between core tax principles, considering equity, efficiency, simplicity, revenue raising ability, and the impacts of previous policy changes. All tax policy proposals, therefore, stated in the budget review document were at least stated by the Minister of Finance to have followed a rigorous consultation and legislative process, including parliamentary engagement, showing National Treasury has, at least in the arguments, remained committed to transparency and constructive participation. By means of the revenue proposal put on the table, Chair, with regards to the excise adjustment, we reaffirm and support the use of projected inflation as the anchor for the annual excise adjustment in this year's budget, as this is in line with the 2014 excise policy and the overall tone to aligning with tax policy principles. And previous years, we have seen a lack of alignment in that regard. And it has been stated quite clearly in black and white that that is the position by National Treasury in this year's budget review document. What we did wanted to highlight, Chair, is that while we do embrace the in line with inflation excise adjustment, the historical trend has shown us that this has been more of an exception rather than the rule. When National Treasury did publish the taxation of alcohol beverages in South Africa in May of 2014, it positioned this tax policy document as a comprehensive review aimed at rationalizing and strengthening the excise system. At the heart, it was argued that this policy was committed to predictability and stability. Treasury stated that the excise system had to be transparent, grounded in consistent benchmarks, and predictable enough for industry planning and government revenue forecasting. And just as you see in the graph below the statement is the trend over the last 12 years of the said excise policy document that is currently under review. And if you look at the 12-year trend, you see in no 2 or 3 consecutive years has the excise adjustment been in line with policy guideline, extremely volatile, extremely hard to plan, and no tax certainty in general in the long term, at least in the historical long-term trend in the data. I thought it was important, Chair, for South African breweries not only to show a regard for the excise tax being in line with inflation, but also to show some of the flawed elements of the tax policy in general, having over the last 6 budget cycles made considerable inputs into the excise adjustment overall. Some 3 important technical errors within the excise policy framework, at least in its current form, is that there has been no reconciliation between the expected inflation increase and the tax incidence or the tax burden communicated for beer. So while the excise adjustment has in general increased above inflation, more often above inflation, across the 12-year period, there has been no alignment towards the articulated 23% excise tax burden as the weighted average retail selling price that the excise tax burden should be according to the excise policy. This has meant that there's been a continued upward ratcheting of the excise adjustment above inflation without due consideration of the tax incidence, which has meant that the actual tax burden has been 25% of the retail selling price instead of 23%. And without any auto corrections to that, it has increased unfettered without due regard to the policy framework. Secondly, Chair, there has been a dominant discretionary approach to the adjustment guideline. The 2014 discussion document describes the excise structure as transparent and benchmark-based, yet the actual mechanism relies heavily on subjective annual adjustments about future inflation and retail price developments without duly considering or asking the industry and industry players around pricing developments or pricing developments forecasted to really have considerable inputs into the related excise adjustment. The policy has therefore failed to constrain this discretion without using clear rules or formulas within the policy environment. And that has meant that the flaws or the continued flaws within the 2014 excise policy has continued over time. Thirdly, the policy that is in place has not addressed or acknowledged the relationship between excise taxes and illicit growth. While anecdotally acknowledging illicit growth as an important issue, corroborating it or correlating it through data, scenarios, and modeling has not occurred within the excise policy framework. And that has meant that enforcement, while it is an important aspect to note in reducing the illicit growth, the policy environment has made no due effort to produce technical aspects that would require review and would align the excise policy adjustment to abating the growth in illicit growth in the illicit market. Lastly, Chair, and quite shortly, I think to add to the commentary made by the Beer Association and Heineken Beverages in general, we are concerned that overall there is systematically been an advertisement through the excise policy of 2014, predictable, inflation-aligned and benchmark consistent inflation excise adjustments. But in general, in practical terms, this has been discretionary above inflation increases, structural upward drift outside of the tax incidence levels, and burdens that no longer correspond with the intentions that have been presented to Parliament in 2014. There has been an affordability issue by increasing the gap between illicit alcohol, and we believe that it has been structurally embedded in the way that the excise policy has been designed to not consider the elements that illicit growth could be affected by above inflation increases in excise in particular. We do think that it is important to recommend to this committee locking in beer excise increases to projected inflation for the next 3 fiscal years, not as a principle, but because, as you saw in the previous graph presented in the slide, that there has been no consecutive attempt to stick in line with the policy that had been presented to Parliament in 2014. And I think the lack of consideration in that regard has been hard for businesses to plan it, because a tax policy design is meant to create stability for those that are meant to comply and pay that tax. The continued volatility, we think, has led to not protecting the legal tax beer industry from illicit growth, and has presented opportunities for, or at least arbitrage incentives for the illicit alcohol producers to grow and the consumption of the illicit market to grow. And I think that needs to be considered whilst thinking about the excise adjustment, not only in the short term, but in the long term, whether there is a concerted effort to align what happens in the budget with tax policy frameworks that are put in place for the medium term and the long term. Thank you, Chair. That is all from the South African Bureaus on the excise tax increase and the discussion thereof on tax policy.
Thank you, Fatsani. Institute for Economic Justice.
Thank you, Chair. We are here. I'm just looking for a presentation. Chair, could you please confirm that the presentation is visible on the screen? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. May I continue? So thank you to you, Chair, and to the members of the two committees for giving us the opportunity to make this presentation. We think a good starting point to talk about the budget is economic growth, because ultimately, and I think the members will agree that the point of a fiscal policy and the point of the budget is to support the country's development policies, the National Development Plan and the Medium-Term Development Plan. And the key there is the target investment rate. So these policies target an investment rate of about 30% of each GDP. So currently we find a private sector investing around 1 trillion per year. And medium-term development, the government says of fiscal consolidation, because of the current level which the national debt is at, the sector will have to play a bigger role. And that given what the National Treasury has allocated for public infrastructure over the Fiscal Framework, is that they expect private sector investment to increase up until 2029, 2030. And that is if we are to achieve the investment target which has been set in the National Development Plan and in the Medium-Term Development Plan. But in our assessment of domestic and international evidence, there is no indication that this expectation of such a large increase in private investment is likely to be realized. And we really implore the committee, we really ask the committee to question the National Treasury, where exactly is this additional 800 billion per year from the private sector? Where is it expected? In which sectors? In which industries? So the best case scenario for GDP growth under National Treasury's de-risking growth model, where essentially it is outsourcing its responsibility to invest in public infrastructure, infrastructure such as water, such as electricity, such as rail, where it is outsourcing that. So the best case scenario for that growth model, which we have now, is an average growth rate of about 1.8% up till 28-29. And this is a problem, Chair, because reduction in the level of unemployment, because the rate at which the labor force has been growing in the past decade is about 2%. And this is too little even to give the fiscus enough money to invest in social spending. So the current growth model that is implied by our development policies and by the budget which we are given by the National Treasury is really a failure in developmental terms. And we also want to highlight the issue of where investment is supposed to come from. Even the South African Reserve Bank acknowledges that for companies, most of their investment, they undertake it through taking loans, they borrow. Similarly, households, as you will know, you don't really buy a car or a house by putting all the cash up front, borrow. So clearly, the level of savings in the economy is not a binding constraint to our level of investment. And yet, there is an insufficient focus on e-credit, on what the South African Reserve Bank's monetary policy is able to do. Because currently it is really strangling the investment in our country through the real interest rates that we have. So we believe one of the recommendations is that monetary policy must be used to transmit cheap credit towards strategic industries. This can be direct or this can be through development banks. And secondly, Chair, we want to talk about the issue of having to mobilize revenue and the issue of debt. So as much as the National Treasury or the government at large might try to delegate its responsibilities of investing in public infrastructure to the private sector, this has a very hard limit, because at the end of the day, most of the population is living in poverty, and because of that, they cannot afford to send their kids to private school, or to have people that have medical aid or are able to go into private healthcare facilities. So it's inescapable that the government must increase public spending, and revenue mobilization is key for this. And amongst the things that can be done is to increase tax compliance through, for example, greater funding of SARS. We know, for example, that in the past year, and has already been mentioned by one of the presenters, SARS kind of underperformed in terms of its debt collection program. But this does not mean that now funding towards the SARS must be taken away. Again, the government may use, as it has done in the past, pools of capital, such as the gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve. It could redirect tax breaks that are given to higher income individuals towards social spending. And then coming to the issue of debt, we think it is very evident that the way in which the government has tried to stabilize its debt through across the board cuts has failed to lower the debt to GDP level, because lower public spending, especially if everywhere, it puts downward pressure on GDP, resulting either in unchanged or higher debt to GDP level. And this is exactly what we see in this year. So debt to GDP level is now expected to peak at a higher level. And this is higher than was anticipated just 4 months ago in the medium-term budget policy statement. And that is simply because the economy did not grow at a level that is fast enough. And this is again higher than what was anticipated in previous budget. So we feel as though the committee must find some way to hold the Minister of Finance accountable for the recurring failure to lower the debt to GDP level while continually inflicting damage on the economy through spending cuts. And then just the last point on it, that there is still no parliamentary approval of loans from international finance institutions, even though this has been a recommendation of the committee since 20 years, taken 17 sovereign loans whose total value is over 250 billion. So this is not an insignificant amount. And just to the last slide, Chair, so to touch on the budget process, the National Treasury is trying to introduce the targeted and responsible savings and a new fiscal anchor, whose point really is to limit the level of discretion in fiscal policy making. So making Parliament and policymakers to choose between different spending items. But the difficulty there is in spending items could lead to underperformance in the target outcome. So we have heard, for example, the Minister of Finance saying that the National Treasury is trying to shift its spending away from current spending and towards infrastructure. That on paper that sounds good, but when you really think about it, if for example, the National Treasury is building, if the government is building hospitals and clinics, which is infrastructure, but is limiting the number of posts that can be filled in terms of nurses, then you will not really get better health outcomes. So all of these need to go together. It's not an either or, they need to go together, which is why the issue of revenue mobilization is so key. And then secondly, on fiscal anchors, we think this is not really a solution that is appropriate in the context of South Africa, because the most a robust explanation for reduced debt to GDP internationally has been faster economic growth. It has not really been fiscal consolidation. And then in the case of South Africa, the existing fiscal anchors, such as the nominal expenditure ceiling, it failed because the National Treasury failed to adequately budget for spending items such as recapitalization of SOEs and the public sector wage bill and the SRD grant, and we still see this be the case because the SRD grant is not funded in the outer years. Now, if a cabinet comes income grant and yet National Treasury is not funding it in the outer years, then again there will be chaos allegedly in the public finances, because now you will either have to breach whatever fiscal anchor there is, or you will not fund an item that the government has decided on. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks very much. Institute for Economic Justice. SA Wines, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you see my presentation? Can you hear me, Chair?
Please fly the presentation. We don't see it yet.
Can you see it now, Chair?
Yeah, there you are.
Thank you very much. I think first of all, I want to thank all the presenters up until now. I think there's more than food for thought in every presentation. And I think it's the benefit of really listening, open eyes to each and every one. And then to realize if I was sitting in the chair of any one of these presenters, working for that entity or company, what have been my view. So going forward, it was important in the next 10 minutes just to share with you our view on the latest budget speech and the budget review. This presentation will be circulated afterwards, as well as our written submission that have already been shared, and I think it must be read in conjunction with one another. Important for us as wine industry is to focus on, we have asked last year in a couple of presentations, as well as in the technical workshops, for a CPI-related adjustment. Now we need to say, what are you going to do post this budget? And I think that's important for me, and I want to move forward. I'm not sure, Alan, are you guys now, is it your presentation or my presentation? Hello?
I think you're the one sharing, Christo.
Is it? No, I'm just seeing it's not moving. I just want to check. Okay, there it is. So yeah, I think at the moment what's important for us, we're in the harvesting season, so it's hands and boots on deck. And I think this slide for me is quite critical to understand when we're sitting here today. When you talk wine, then it's important to understand, yes, we're part of the alcohol industry. And I've previously shown this picture to you, but we're also part of agriculture. We're also operating in a rural environment. We can also relate to some of the presentations earlier this morning from someone like Shemaine from Women on Farm. And to understand also the plea from their side, there's also tourism. You can also build a career in the wine industry. So it's really a long value chain. It's also then important, if you look at the specific slide, not going into the details, it's a capital investment. You're going to sit there for 20, 25 years. It's not a cash crop. It's highly regulated. And I think that's important. Honorable Van Rooyen earlier mentioned, maybe we can also engage not only with Treasury, but also other departments. That's exactly why this slide is so important. We're operating with the Liquor Act. We're operating under the Liquor Products Act. We're also operating in terms of the basic conditions of employment, occupational health and safety. I can continue, but still we need to deal with rising costs. I'm not going into the detail of that, but to make sure there's a bottle of wine sitting in a wine tourism destiny or sitting in a restaurant, or you combine it in a retail environment, it's costing an arm and a leg, and we're operating in an environment like this morning, operating from Paarl, we're sitting in almost 40 degrees, and we need to make sure that there's a harvest of high quality that's coming in at the moment, because that is just for background. So while we're doing this, we're part of the liquor industry, and the wine based on volumes is around about 9 to 10%. I'm not going to bore you with the figures. I think all of us this morning, being it beer, spirits, wine, or ready to drinks, our purpose is to make a contribution to this country. We fully understand the triple bottom line. We need profit. This country also needs profit. We need revenue. That's why we're sitting here this morning about revenue proposals. There you can see our contribution, employing people, doing also upstream in terms of wine tourism. The government is sitting with social development goals. We all are familiar with the 17 elements sitting there in the environment, social governance, and we're operating there by integrated practices. And that is how we operate. We need to be ethical, dignity and fairness in all we do across the value chain, and then also in terms of transformation and how we want to operate in that specific environment. Just from a producer side, what you see here is a graph. The top one in black is typical of sustainable net farm income per hectare, and the red line is the actual trend. There you can see the gap, and it's really a challenge for us. We're asking the question, can we close this gap? And I can share with you, honorable members, this morning, yes, we're closing the gap. We're making progress. And that's why it was so important last year when we shared with you, sitting in front of you, this is what we will do. Not going into the detail, we will work with the markets, domestic as well as international. We will work with tourism. We will make sure whatever we do on farm or in the cellars or upstream in our tourism facilities, bottling, packaging, etc., we will make sure that's aligned with our sustainability targets. We were only asking, the second one from the bottom, a CPI-linked excise and a stable policy environment. Please allow that. And then specifically, also referring to Matthew Parks earlier, we're sitting in this country with a 41% or 40% unemployment. That's why you need the industry, like the wine industry. I'm putting on my wine hat this morning. We can do that. We can support you with economic growth. We can create jobs. We can make sure that we retain jobs, and that we can make sure whatever we do in terms of contribution of redistribution of wealth, we can play our part. Last year we were saying, listen, just looking at the trend international in terms of the per capita consumption, there you will see the downward trend of wine. And then in comparison on the left-hand side, you can see the contribution of wine to a liter of beverage per adult in South Africa. Also a downward trend on wine there at the bottom. On the right-hand side, if you look specifically at the alcohol per adult, also a downward trend. And that's why it was important. And you will recall this specific slide during the end of October last year. We were asking CPI-linked adjustments, keep within the incidence rate of 11%, enforcement of illicit trade, socioeconomic impact assessment before you implement any new alcohol policy, accelerate enabling reforms in energy, logistics, and rural service delivery. Operation Vulindlela, listening just to SONA, make an alignment to the budget speech. Then we need to say, well done, we can see there's movement. We can see now there's the undertaking to deal with illicit trade. Not going into all the detail of previous presenters, but we're making progress. The same with logistics, specifically in the Port of Cape Town. We're making inroads, we're moving forward. That is great. That's why in the closing line there, this are the building blocks for a sustainable partnership. That's why this slide, I was really thinking of just starting and ending with this slide. Providing us 3.39% annual increase for all wine categories, it was extremely positive. Now we're just asking, can we please keep it there? Then it's a predictable exercise framework. It provides policy certainty, and we can continue what we would like to do. I'm not going to repeat what's in front of me. The benefit of the 3.39% adjustment, you can see it provides business certainty for investment cycles in vineyards. In a 20-25-year period, we need to deal with drought, we need to deal with rain, we need to deal with, I can carry on with all the climate challenges. But this adjustment, it provides, sustain, protect, reinforce signals. And you can read all the words there. I'm not going to repeat it in this presentation, but this is positive. We've been asking for it. Now the ball is in our quarters. Now we need to play. We say we're not tone deaf. I was listening with all ears open to the DG Money Trust, SUSAPA, to all the other presentations this morning. And what we're saying is after today, we need to work in this together, to educate, to create awareness, community participation, and to make sure what are the opportunities to tackle what's playing out. We're not here, we're not producing a drug. We're not producing anything that we would like to cause harm. But if the unintended consequences is maybe misuse and abuse, then we're here to support one another and to make sure the only lever is not excise. We need to drill down and to make sure what can we deliver to making a lasting change in our country. This is what we will be doing as wine industry. We will make sure we focus on illicit trade, on health, on excise. We will make sure that we grow the industry. The third one there from the bottom, we will make sure that we educate and train our people. We will make sure there's a link between the 5 pillars that's sitting in the Agri Master Plan. You can see everyone, climate change, infrastructure, research and development. We will look specifically at employment creation. We will look at the global mark as well as in the local mark. I've highlighted there, this is what we will do in terms of training. On this slide, you will see also in terms of the importance of wine tourism. All revenue on average, any entity out there, plus minus 70% is due to wine tourism. This is what we need. This is also job creation. This is also opportunities we want to take forward. Just a quick slide to say the impact of the CPI adjustment only on the 1 pillar. We will continue to invest, not to spend, to invest in skills development and to make sure that we keep our sector competitive, responsible, and to support employment opportunities. The closing paragraph there, we will remain committed in terms of skills development. This is not an optional expense, and that's why we're so glad about the CPI adjustment. All the other stuff that some of the other speakers mentioned here this morning, we're here to work together, to join hands, and to take it forward. We're not saying the wine industry don't have gaps, but we're working to close that gaps. That was last year my slide. On the left-hand side, we were asking a CPI-related adjustment. We were asking crackdown on illicit. We see the undertaking in the SONA. We see the undertaking in the budget review speech, and we believe we're now shifting into action. We're here to work together. We will work with you. I've already said the positive about logistics. Law enforcement will work with one another, and also let's see how we can join hands to turn a local government around. The 3.39% adjustment is really a constructive and a credible decision. This for us is a signal that it strengthens the trust between the wine industry and the government and anybody sitting out there today making a contribution that we would like to say, let's step forward together. And this is our commitment also to these 2 committees and moving forward. Thanks for the opportunity, Chair. Take care.
Thank you, SA White. Next stakeholder, ENS.
Thank you, Honourable Chairman, and good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Charles de Wet. I'm an executive at the law firm ENS, and we thank you for the opportunity to present on some of the tax announcements that were made in the budget as part of your consideration of the fiscal framework. The most significant amendment that was announced in the value-added tax space was the repeal of Section 11(1)(f). Now, this section, which has been in place since VAT was introduced in 1991, specifically zero-rated the supply of gold to banks, to the South African Reserve Bank, and to the South African Mint. And the proposal is to delete this section in its entirety, which will have a very significant impact, specifically on the banking industry. I would just also like to bring to your attention that this particular section is currently being considered by the Constitutional Court in the Leuven Metals case. Arguments have already been presented in that court, and we're waiting for a judgment of that. So, I mean, any change at this point in time, while it is still under consideration by the court, is likely premature. I mean, the impact of this change could very well have a residual VAT cost and VAT leakage in the circumstances. I mean, under the current provisions, certainly when the South African banks and the Reserve Bank, for example, hold gold as reserves, which are critical with the current instability in the world at the moment, there's no VAT cost associated with holding that gold. Whereas in principle, a change along these lines could have the impact that there could be a significant locked up VAT cost that would need to be funded by somebody, and would have a cascading effect of VAT across the whole sector. At the same time, I mean, there has been a lot of changes around gold, and specifically illicit gold, in the last little while, with the introduction of the domestic reverse charge provisions. I mean, that was sort of the one end of the supply chain, and this is the other end of the supply chain. But this would then bring all the banks into the regime for domestic reverse charge. That would increase VAT compliance, compliance in this particular space, and then increase significant risk as far as that's concerned. So our view is that this proposed amendment is premature, given the decision that is awaited in the Constitutional Court. I mean, it's misdirected because of the additional compliance that it will create in the circumstances, and that is also unsubstantiated at this point in time, because there's not been any abuse of these sections, and of this particular section, and if there's a reason for change, then, I mean, and problems around the interpretation of it, then that should be dealt with by a tweak to the wording, as opposed to a wholesale repeal of the whole section. Moving on to the other important amendments that were announced, relating specifically to the increase in thresholds. I mean, we welcome this, the change of the increase in the VAT threshold. This is long overdue, and has really had a significant impact on small businesses, has been highlighted in some of the other presentations. We would, however, like to mention that specifically within the VAT space, there are other thresholds that are directly linked to the increase in the threshold that have not received the necessary attention. I mean, the payments basis is 2.5 million rand, and that should be increased if the threshold is 2.3 million rand. There's a limit there of a single supply of 100,000 rand that is also severely outdated. That is also to support small businesses, and certainly their cash flow associated with running those businesses. Within the commercial accommodation space, there's a threshold of 120,000 that is, in essence, an anti-avoidance provision, and to avoid abuse of the claiming of input tax, that should also be increased. And the last change that we would mention would be around the requirement to submit monthly returns. That is a threshold of 30 million. That is in fact been in place since 1991 and has never been increased. Would suggest that in a business that does a turnover of 30 million these days is not a terribly big business, and it does help these businesses significantly if they only need to submit VAT returns every 2 months, as opposed to on a monthly basis. Moving on to the excise duties. I mean, we welcome the fact that this year's increases were limited to inflation and not beyond that. We are very concerned about the above inflation increases in the last little while, and also the focus on illicit trade. This is very important to make sure that these industries pay and with the correct amount of tax is collected by these industries. So we would support all efforts and across the various parts of the state to make sure that they limit illicit trade as far as possible. Something that was raised last year related to the expansion of the zero-rated foodstuffs list. I mean, and this has not received attention in this budget. I mean, the president mentioned it last year in the opening of Parliament. The Minister of Finance has acknowledged it. In fact, this committee also specifically asked National Treasury to investigate this and to make recommendations as far as that's concerned. What we have seen is a very big focus on vulnerable households. I mean, this was in SONA by the president and also mentioned by the Minister of Finance, and we would urge the Joint Committee to increase the pressure in this particular regard. We would argue that the expansion of this list is not directly linked to an increase in VAT rate. We don't only have VAT revenue, and the VAT revenue is not spent in a particular area. We have a single revenue fund, and on that basis, there's no reason why that should be delayed. I mean, as part of this, we would also, and this has been mentioned a few times, both by National Treasury and by the DG in the last little while, relating to a process for policy submissions. I mean, it is important that while there is a formalized process for Annexure C, there is in fact a formalized process for policy submissions as well, and an acknowledgement of what is happening in that particular space. I've also been asked to make some comments on behalf of the submissions by the South African Poultry Association. They sent their apologies. They are meeting with Minister Steenhuisen this morning and are not in a position to attend this. I mean, the focus of their submission is that, as we've mentioned to this joint committee previously, I mean, there is in fact no animal meat meat product that is included on the zero-rated list. This is very unfortunate in a country that is a very big meat producer. I mean, we've also seen comments around stunting and the lack of proteins for young children, pregnant, and breastfeeding women, and also the elderly. I mean, chicken as a product has got the highest protein per grain, and is the meat product that is most consumed by vulnerable households. And we really would request that, sort of following the recommendation from last year, that the list be expanded to include, specifically, frozen chicken and fresh and frozen offal, as well, as this could be an important addition to the diet for vulnerable households. I've also been asked to make some comments about the submission by Clover SA, also around the expansion of the zero rating market. I mean, this is very much focused on the distinction between dairy powder blends and dairy liquid blends. I mean, essentially, these are identical products that are just sold in a slightly different format. These products are also important for, child nutrition, and with limited cost, could in fact have a very, very big impact on the nutrition and the support to vulnerable households. If you look at sort of what based on the information that's available, a monthly spend by a household is about 5,300 rand, of what's 360 rand of that, or 6.4% is VAT. I mean, even a small impact on that could have a bigger impact than the increase in the in the grants that were provided, is there simply does not, support the process, and we should have a multi-pronged instrument in terms of supporting vulnerable households. The last point around this is just that Clover also very much supports a formal process for policy submissions, that there should be a dedicated channel for these submissions. There should be guidelines in terms of how that process should work, and acknowledgement and dialogue in those circumstances as well. Honourable Chair, thank you for the opportunity to bring these points to your attention, and we hope that these will be addressed by National Treasury and SARS in their response. Thank you.
Thanks, ENS. The next stakeholder, Alternative Information and Development Center, IDEC.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, honourable members. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Aliyah, you can see your
Thank you so
screen.
much. Thank you. I will start my timer now. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Standing and Select Committees on Finance. I am from the Alternative Information and Development Center. This presentation will cover only an outline due to time constraints, so we urge MPs to look at the full written submission for a more detailed response. The strength of the budget should be assessed on the basis of how it improves people's material conditions. Macroeconomic stability means very little if 2/3 of the population continue to live below the poverty line, if 42% of the population remain unemployed, and if over 40% of children under 5 in the Northern and Western Cape experience stunting. Despite the crises being faced by communities, any surpluses or windfalls are being shifted and directed to the middle class and elite through tax breaks and austerity. What we can see happening is that the size and role of the state are becoming smaller, and constitutional rights risk further erosion. This is shown by a decrease in non-interest expenditure as a percentage of GDP from 25.1% in 2022 to 23.8% in 2026. It is said that the budget is pro-poor because 60% of spending is going to the social wage, but the everyday experiences of individuals attempting to access services contradict this claim. While the proportion allocated to those social wage is stable, the size of the pie is shrinking over time. Non-interest expenditure between 2025 and 2026 is decreasing by 1% in real terms. While some line items remain stagnant, there are real cuts to the following areas displayed on the screen. Additionally, the number of children receiving the child support grant is expected to decrease by 248,000. Unfair and unconstitutional measures are being placed on grant recipients, leading to false exclusions and reduced expenditure, all in the name of targeted and responsible savings. While it is necessary to eradicate fraud in the grant system, this should not be confused with cumbersome administrative and digital barriers and overcrowded SASSA offices. The social relief of distress grant remains flat at 370 Rand and allows individuals to meet only 43% of their minimum calorie intake per month. In 2026, the SRD grant will reach only 8.2 million out of 18 million eligible beneficiaries. The budget also did not speak to the importance of gender-responsive budgeting and the role fiscal policy plays in enhancing or diminishing socioeconomic rights. Gender-responsive budgeting should be a cross-cutting feature in designing the budget, not an afterthought for the annexure. Previous recommendations by the Joint Committee have stated that core social services should be protected from real per capita erosion. Despite this recommendation by the committee, National Treasury states its intention to contain the wage fall through strict headcount controls and compensation discipline at the provincial level. As another example, the number of police employed over the medium term will be unchanged, which is a real per capita erosion, despite stated committee recommendations. If the number of people employed in the public sector had kept up with population growth over the last decade, there should be 190,000 more people employed than there currently are. Strict headcount controls at the provincial level, as spoken about in the 2026 budget review, will worsen the state of overcrowded schools, hospitals, and clinics. Parliament is the final decision maker on the budget, but the responses by the Minister to the parliamentary portfolio committees often do not result in recommendations being acted upon. There should be greater accountability to ensure that the budget process undergoes meaningful democratic participation and oversight. The 2026 budget tracks debt and growth according to two scenarios, which is shown on the screen. A major headline emerging from the 2026 budget has been the stabilization of the debt to GDP ratio, and the National Treasury are probably relieved that this budget was tabled right before the war escalated, allowing for a more positive framing. However, since the invasion of Iran by the United States and Israel, South Africa risks entering into the downside scenario characterized in the budget review as an escalation in geopolitical tensions, negative supply side shocks, an increase in the price of crude oil and gas, and a weak exchange rate that could shift growth from an estimated 2% to 1.6% come 2028. Under the downside scenario, the debt to GDP ratio will not stabilize, but instead continue its upward trajectory, reaching over 80% by 2028. Containing debt at this level would require a long-term primary budget surplus of 3.7% of GDP, and the proposed fiscal anchor will lock in austerity. So for this reason, the fiscal anchor should be rejected. It is stated in the budget review that in the downside scenario, a more painful level of fiscal effort will be required to stabilize debt. The uncertainty surrounding the Strait of Hormuz combined with escalating fuel costs puts us at greater risk of a downside scenario. Should this occur, it would usher in a prolonged period of austerity and budget cuts. National Treasury states that fiscal prudence frees resources for allocation towards growth enhancing and development priorities, but this has not materialized in budgetary allocations. As mentioned to the committee last year, inflation in South Africa is driven by supply-side factors, such as the price of fuel. Since the narrowing of the inflation target, there's only been one small decrease in the repo rate. Given the changing global context, a narrower inflation target makes it even harder for repo rate to take place, and South Africans will be punished for price increases that they did not cause, weakening economic growth and worsening unemployment. The likelihood of additional rate cuts is slim, and given the heightened geopolitical situation, the narrow target could bind the South African Reserve Bank to punitive and ineffective increases in the repo rate. Government continues to defer to the private sector as a presumed engine of job creation, despite evidence that South Africa's capital-intensive financialized economy will not deliver employment at scale. A central feature of the 2026 budget is the growth in public sector infrastructure, but this is concentrated in energy and transport as opposed to local municipalities, human settlements, education, or health. The budget does not show an expansion of much needed jobs. In fact, the budget review itself notes that the projected rate of growth is inadequate to meaningfully address unemployment. There is a drastic cut in the basic employment initiatives budget, and Operation Vulindlela is one of the government policies geared towards job creation. But even though billions have been invested, the budget review shows that additional electricity generation projects will include 16 billion rand of investment for a modest 4,000 jobs once constructed. Furthermore, simplifying visa applications for tourists has only added an estimated 3,000 more jobs. Not only is OV ineffective at significant expansion and creating new types of employment, but privatization under OV also risks hiding the full scale of debt, and it could turn rights-holding citizens into clientele. Reliance on financial markets cannot substitute for state-led growth in manufacturing and services. Social protection remains essential amid job scarcity, and what is needed is a deliberate industrial agenda focused on mass employment, localization, and climate responsiveness. So a national budget at its core is about trade-offs. The 26 budget makes these trade-offs explicit. It prioritizes financial protection of the middle class and elite, and the cost of that choice is experienced by the majority through a sustained deterioration in the quality and accessibility of public services. To give two short examples, despite the extent of the social crisis, tax relief in the form of tax adjustments to the top PIT brackets will be given of 7.8 billion rand. This is 7.8 billion rand being given to people earning above 500,000 rand per year. You can see like the tax relief on the slide. And in addition to that, while the SRD grant is eroding over time, medical aid holders get an inflation adjustment for the medical aid tax credit and now get more money every month from the government than SRD recipients. Other examples of tax relief that reduce the progressivity of the tax system can be seen on the screen along with recommendations. Many alternatives to austerity exist. In previous submissions, these recommendations have been provided and have all predominantly centered around how to maximize domestic resource mobilization in the world's most unequal country to meet the many competing developmental needs. AIDC has also produced a research report at the end of last year called Tax in the World's Most Unequal Country, a South African fair tax monitor on opportunities for resource mobilization, We encourage members to use this resource to see how it is feasible to protect constitutional rights through enhanced and efficient budgetary allocations. In conclusion, we wish to affirm the critical importance of the budget as a democratic process. However, we must express our concern regarding recent remarks by the Minister of Finance that made disparaging remarks about people protesting against the anti-poor nature of the budget. Public participation, whether through formal submissions or protests, are all legitimate avenues through which to address government. We believe it is the duty of every elected official to safeguard this principle, not to denigrate those who exercise it. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the committees.
Thank you, Alia. Next, Saika.
I'm unmuted. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity and honorable members. My name is Lesedi Seforo. I'm presenting on behalf of the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. Let's move on to... Here are just some of the things we will be covering. The first is the things that we're happy with, some of the welcomed proposals. We will also be looking at fiscal governance, the macroeconomic situation, and the current fiscal strategy. Okay, things that we really appreciated in the budget are the extended time for the public consultation period. Usually we're given 3 business days, so we were very pleasantly surprised and quite happy that we had a lot more time that gave us the opportunity to analyze in detail some of the things that are covered in the budget, and so we're really happy about that. We are also quite pleased with the fiscal discipline and the emphasis that Treasury has given towards that. Enhanced credibility of budget estimates and assumptions. In previous years, I know stakeholders, including ourselves and the PBO and FFC, have spoken about the credibility of some of the figures like GDP growth, inflation, etc. So we're really pleased at the emphasis on getting those amounts correct for this budget. We're also happy about the personal income tax relief, the tax bracket adjustments. The increased allocation for water infrastructure is something that is seriously to be lauded, as is at the bottom there, the verification of ghost workers and SASSA grant recipients. With the latter, Treasury has stated that we're looking at savings of about 170 million rand. So we honestly hope that these sorts of initiatives will be rolled out to other government departments. Moving on to the issue of fiscal governance. In government, we've got this curious phenomenon where we're creating parallel structures to deal with the long-standing problems. We've got Operation Vulindlela, we've got the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, and we've got the Chief Procurement Office. Now, with the Chief Procurement Office, you've got a situation where you do have this national structure to look after procurement, but also procurement exists in all these government departments and municipalities. So now you're in a situation where, you know, there's duplication, there's confusion, who's ultimately in charge, who ultimately will be held accountable if something goes wrong. So we've got the normal government departments that's meant to address a particular problem. Then we've got other structures like Operation Vulindlela, you know, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. So this creates confusion in the area of governance. Some of the things that we'd like to be addressed, that we recommend, are the financial enforcement measures that we see at the local government level. That must be rolled out towards provincial and national departments. We've also got a major problem with this 30-day payment rule, where a lot of government departments and municipalities are not honoring this rule, despite it coming from National Treasury and the legislation and regulations that all suppliers should be paid within 30 days. This is simply not being adhered to. So we would like stricter enforcement of that. We've also got professionalization of the public sector. It seems that this has been going on. The relevant framework has been around for a number of years, but it doesn't seem to have been implemented. Improved consequence management. We have the situation where we do have sanctions for financial misconduct, but nothing seems to be done. And this is really setting us back with regards to service delivery, etc., etc. Moving on quickly. So we welcome the extended commentary period, and we hope it becomes a permanent feature of Parliament. With regards to the second bullet point, I don't know if you are aware, but the 2025 tax bills have not been enacted. And we've got the situation where 12 months after the minister has announced tax rate increases, that we've got a 2026 budget and the announcement that's been given. So we're not sure whether the latter is overriding the former. So the minister now, for 2 straight years, has changed the tax rates without parliamentary input. And my previous stakeholder colleagues have commented on this recent High Court judgment to talk about the potential unconstitutionality of Section 7.2 of the VAT Act, and whether the minister is able to amend tax rates without parliamentary input. So that remains a concern for us. With regards to public consultation, we are asking that, yes, we got more time this year, but the time frame between the due date for the comments and the public, these hearings, is only 1 day. So we would like the period to match that in the parliamentary public participation framework, just so that the members can look at all submissions in depth and be able to meaningfully engage. We would also like, we suggest that all 5 budget bills be presented on budget day, because currently you do have the bills that have to do more, that focus more on the expenditure side, but we do not have the tax bills. We only have those later in the year. And this is one of the things that caused some of the delays that we have found this year. Moving on to the macroeconomic landscape, we've got a war that everybody knows about, this global conflict. We had a similar one in 2022 that drastically affected the fuel price and the depreciation of the rand. And we do know that when that sort of thing happens, CPI goes up, global supply chains are affected, and we also have the private sector is very hesitant to invest in major capital projects. So we hope that these changes that are going on right now, that they be reflected in a revised fiscal framework, that whatever comes next and some of the assumptions that Treasury has put in place in the budget review, those need to be relooked, because even the Reserve Bank stated that they will also be relooking at some of the macroeconomic scenarios. So we suggest that Treasury does the same. There you can see that if the fuel price goes up, if the price of a barrel of oil goes up, what happens to the fuel price increase and the effect over there. We have a problem with the structure of the budget. People talk about the fact that the economy has grown, but that's in nominal terms, but in real terms, there has virtually been no change in the situation. And we always talk about how we've turned the corner and we're going in a different direction, but the structure of the budget and the expenditure mix remains the same. So we have to ask ourselves, if we are doing the same thing that we've been doing for all these years, what guarantee do we have that things will really change? So that's our concern there. Artisanal skills have been declining. What sort of economy do we really want to build? Currently, it seems that our economy is more focused on services. That's a major contributor. Largely capital-intensive industries like mining and manufacturing have really stagnated and in some cases gone down. So do we want an economy that's more focused in services, which is quite a risk, or do we want to do what the NDP has recommended for all these years and actually focus more on industrialization, because there does seem to be a form of deindustrialization going on. With regards to the revenue side, we've got the tax to GDP ratio that keeps increasing. In the international literature says that it should be around 25%, but it seems to be going up. We do have those inflationary PIT relief adjustments of 300, but for those who are above 350, the relief is not that much. So we are seeing also over-reliance on personal income tax collection. South Africa, our revenue of PIT is 40%, whereas in the OECD countries, they are much less reliant on personal income tax. So that becomes a risk because personal income tax, those taxpayers are very mobile and it's easy for them to move around. So what we are suggesting is that the tax base doesn't seem to be increasing. It is only increasing because people who were below it received inflation-adjusted increase and then came onto the tax base. But in real terms, because there are jobs haven't been created, that's what's really there has virtually been no change in the tax base. We also people talk about this tax debt book that SARS has, but a lot of that debt is quite old, and the older debt is, the more difficult it is to collect. Somebody has spoken about the fact that the commissioner has not collected as much as he had promised in the previous year. The tax debt book between last year and this year has increased drastically, whether disputed and undisputed. So we are asking for an age analysis in that regard. With regards to debt, debt is still going up despite what others have said. And Dr. Muller did mention that the debt ratio target was still missed. We do have R1 trillion that's coming in the medium term, an increase in debt. And although Treasury have stated that the debt has stabilized, what actually happened is there was a lot of debt that was that had matured this year, and they were able to swap that short-term debt for longer-term debt. So it appeared that the debt was dealt with, but actually it wasn't. It was just spread over a longer period of time. We do want to find out about the outcomes and what timelines we can be looking forward with regards to this fiscal anchor document. And we do want to confirm the additional cost of switching short-term bonds to longer-term bonds. On the expenditure side, yes, we have a primary balance, but as I said earlier, the structure of expenditure mix remains the same. And what guarantee do we have that if things have remained the same, that we will have it? With infrastructure, the budget does say 54% of the capital will be spent by SOEs. However, we are not sure how the SOEs will be funded. Will they receive direct allocation? Will they be debt that they will have to repay? Or will they invest all this infrastructure and that results in them charging us more money for services like ESCOM, and that those tariff increases are very high, and then that's how they will fund this infrastructure. So we're not sure, and we just need clarity on that, how that will be dealt with. With regards to what's in the budget, it doesn't seem that the legal claims against the Department of Health and the police are there. The contingent liabilities in that regard are standing at 176 billion. So conceivably, treasuries should be allocating more money for those contingent liabilities, but that's virtually remained the same, and there has been no change in that regard. So we do want clarity on the current expenditure mix and whether it will achieve the necessary outcomes. Money has been given to Transnet and the Defence Force. However, previous allocations to those two areas has not yielded the desired fruit. So what guarantee do we have that we're not going to see the same level of misallocation, that the money will be used specifically for the intended purpose? That's all from me, Honorable Chair. Thank you to the committee.
Thank you. Budget Justice Coalition.
Good afternoon, Chair, honourable members and others on the platform. I'm just sharing my presentation and Maximize. All right. My name is Lisa Higginson, and I will be presenting on behalf of the Budget Justice Coalition. I think many of you know who we are, but you can read on our slides. So I'll kick off with our overview, basically. And sorry, let me just switch off my video to preserve some bandwidth. I think, our observation, South Africa faces deep structural challenges, mass unemployment, poverty, inequality, strained public services. I think this is evident in the data. It comes up in our community engagements, and we see it when we move around our towns, cities, and rural areas. We think that the fiscal framework must align with the priorities identified in the State of the Nation address. The President spoke about inclusive growth, job creation, reducing poverty and the cost of living, building a capable state. And the BJC believes that the current fiscal framework does not adequately support these objectives. That's not moving. So we observe that the fiscal framework continues to prioritize debt stabilization and investor confidence. And while we note that this is necessary, it's not sufficient. We believe the approach limits investment in employment creation and public services. And as a result, the fiscal framework risks reinforcing a cycle of weak growth, persistent unemployment, rising social pressure. Debt stabilization targets social spending while failing to address structural issues identified in the budget process review by GTAC, or the issues that are highlighted year after year in the HSA reports. We believe that debt stabilization cannot be achieved without employment-centered economic growth and a capable and effective state. On revenue, I think this has been discussed quite extensively today, but we believe the scale of the challenge requires reconsideration of the existing approach. And we believe that fiscal policy can shape the economy, not simply just respond to constraints. We know that there are growing unmet needs, and if debt is not a possibility to raise additional funds, we need to look at alternatives. Civil society has made various proposals over the years, and we don't believe we have really received sufficient answers from Treasury. Some of these are around wealth taxation, capital gains reform, and reducing regressive tax expenditures. On the social wage and TARS, we continue to see government state that 60% of non-interest spending goes to the social wage. This is used to sort of show that the budget is highly redistributive and that it is designed to address poverty and inequality. But when we look a little bit closer, we see real per capita spending decline, population and rising costs, increasing pressure on services, infrastructure backlogs are not being reduced sufficiently. We're still seeing staffing shortages. And again, we see social spending become the target of responsible savings. So the point is that a high share of spending does not necessarily mean adequate funding. We're not seeing significant changes to poverty and inequality measures and indicators. And we're seeing the increases to baseline accommodate new pressures and do not address existing gaps. So after years of cuts, we think that there are quite limited efficiency gains to be made. And reforms must address the underlying root cause of inefficiency and waste and must target appropriate areas where high levels of waste are recorded. So we also believe that TARS is being implemented without sufficient consultation or clarity on how decisions are made and impacts are assessed. When we first heard about TARS, it was presented alongside a framework for spending reviews that included identifying all of the impacts and various other things. There were also some reports from the spending reviews with issues that had been identified, but yet we're not really seeing those programs coming up. Instead, we're seeing a sort of emphasis on social grants fraud, which I think has been discussed already, and the other one is the public transport network grant. So while we understand and appreciate the need to fund PRASA, it shows a concentration of spending in certain areas, particularly urban areas, and there's very little to address transport issues in rural areas and small towns where many people are forced to hitchhike and walk along the roads to reach the destinations. So on infrastructure and investment, we welcome the increase in infrastructure investment, but question the focus on urban areas and export corridors. We'd like to emphasize the needs in rural areas and small towns, the need to allocate budget for sufficient maintenance, balancing economic and social infrastructure. We've heard today about ECD centers, focusing on infrastructure in these areas would have a much greater distributive impact as these are located across the country. We believe that there's also a need to strengthen service delivery capacity. What we've seen in the past is where grants aren't spent, the money is taken away, and the reforms proposed in the budget, we don't think adequately really address the underlying issues. And again, these were discussed in the GTAC review that spoke about weak linkages between planning and budgeting, weak capacity, and other issues that aren't necessarily addressed in the reforms. I think where I'm sitting in Makanda, we've seen many interventions from provincial government, from national government, with very little results. So we are not confident that some of the proposals in the budget are necessarily going to solve the problems in water, in roads, and various other public services. We believe that we've highlighted 4 cross-cutting issues that should be emphasized in the fiscal framework. The one is about a credible employment-centered growth path. We have high unemployment rates, but there is insufficient focus in the budget. We need much more emphasis on public employment programs and investment in labor-absorbing sectors. We are also concerned about gender-responsive budgeting. The government has committed to this. We've welcomed the introduction of the gender budget statement last year. This year is an improvement with the inclusion of basic education, but we believe it must extend to health, basic services, given the gendered impacts in healthcare and unpaid care work. We believe that gender analysis should be embedded within the National Treasury, and we've made some recommendations there around strengthening institutional capacity across departments, prioritizing investment, and improving data and participation. And again, we are emphasizing the need for the time use survey that was last done in 2010 to highlight gender needs and inform a truly gender-responsive budget. The next one is around democratic participation in the budget. We appreciate the opportunity to present to the committee today. We welcome efforts by committees to bring the hearings to the people, but we think more needs to be done. We're still hearing from communities that they don't understand the documents, that there are various hurdles and barriers to them participating on these platforms. We'd like to see expansion of accessible budget information. National Treasury last year in the budget stated that they'd be supporting a budget literacy campaign. I didn't see it again in the budget this year, but I think this is something that's really important. And again, we'd like to see the institutionalization of pre-budget consultations where people can make recommendations before the budget is tabled. We'd also like to emphasize the need for a capable state accountable to citizens. We think this is essential to ensure that the budget allocations translate into service delivery, and the capable state is essential for economic transformation and realizing socioeconomic rights. So refers to the national department and so on. And I think that we really would like to see more accountability and more responsive government to improve our outcomes. So we've made a set of recommendations. I think in the interests of time, I'll leave committee members to read those. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present today. Thank you very much.
Budget Justice Coalition. Next stakeholders are the students. SA Student Investment Council, I think it's for the first time that you come to public hearings. You are welcome, and thanks very much for making effort to come to this platform to represent the interests of students. Over to you, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the rest of the Standing Committee. It is a pleasure for us as SASAC to come introduce ourselves to the mix, and thank you very much for having this floor in which you're able to discuss the nation's problems and trying to find recommendations to fixing it as well. So for reference, we are the South African Student Investment Council. As reference, my name is Ethan Gondo. I'm the chairperson, president of the National South African Student Investment Council. So essentially what we do is we are comprising of 6 different investment societies across Africa, namely from UCT, UJ, University of Stellenbosch, University of Western Cape, University of Pretoria, and the University of Witwatersrand. Essentially what we do is our purpose is to ensure that we unite student investment societies while preserving full autonomy. What we focus on primarily is promoting financial literacy and ethical leadership across the board for the country. Ethical investing, long-term thinking amongst young South Africans, then primarily looking towards how can we strengthen leadership and institutional capacity amongst our member societies as well. Then lastly, engaging with national institutions in a constructive, educational, and non-commercial manner. Our national engagement primarily focuses on 4 different components: the government and policy institutions, the public investment and development finance bodies, then looking towards the financial regulators, the market infrastructure, then lastly being the professional and the standard setting organization. At the very core of it, we look at the problem of financial literacy amongst the youth at being the problem at hand. When we look towards it, we see that there's 3 different components that rapidify this sort of context. It looks specifically towards low financial literacy, higher unemployment rates, and rapid growth in youth in betting and gambling. When you look towards a financial literacy crisis in sort of nutshell, we have 51% of the youth being South Africa, and as in young South African students and young South African adults being 51% literate. That then means that 49% of the adults in this mix are financially illiterate, which we can see is affecting young women, less educated individuals, and specifically Black Africans as a whole. And that we can see over here is 24% are only planning for retirement, looking towards the long-term institutional development of students and long-term institutional development of the youth of South Africa. This tends to become a big problem. What we essentially do is we work to be a partner towards fighting the youth and unemployment crisis that is facing amongst our country. And we look at the consequences of low financial literacy. We come from 3 different perspectives, which are at the moment being the most pressing issues. We first look at the low savings rates, where we see there's a negative 1.2% of household savings rate, then a 45.5% youth unemployment rate, a 5.5% of Gen Z saving for retirement, and then lastly looking towards 2.4 trillion rand of total debt consumer debt. Then looking towards the specific metrics that we have notified, 90.52% of Gen Z saves regularly, 56% of workers have cash investments and retirement savings, and 70% say, I cannot afford to save nothing left at the end of the month, which has been reported by a variety of different asset managers who are running the different schemes and motivations for where exactly can different consumers and specifically younger adults place their money into different spaces as well. Then looking towards the gambling dependency, where we see a crisis that is accelerating. We see 1.1 trillion rand of total gambling turnover, 31% of gamblers showing problem in gambling signs, 65.7% in terms of adult participation rate, and then 36% of year-on-year turnover, an increase from the gambling rate as well. But we then start seeing that the problem gambling rose from 6% in 2017 to 31% in 2024 and 2025. That now shows an increase in over a decade. Then we see from 63% of gamblers using non-surplus funds, money is meant for rent, groceries, and essentials. Then 56% cite that financial need, not entertainment, as their primary gambling motivation as a whole. Then lastly, being towards the retirement crisis, where we can now see that 94% of individuals, specifically looking amongst the youth, cannot retire independently. Only 6% can retire comfortably and independently. Then looking towards the next metric regarding 31%, averaging income replacement ratio for SA retirees, 67% have no retirement plan or only a vague one. The last one being 3.65 million of old persons grants recipients, as accorded to SASSA. Then we look towards only 9% of retirees replace 80% of the pre-retirement income. Then 53% of women have no retirement plan, up from the 51% prior year. And then 71% of respondents so that they will need to keep earning income after their formal retirement date. What we are trying to do as SASIC is trying to eliminate this problem, specifically focusing on the youth and looking towards the long-term development of South Africa as a whole. So the benefits of addressing financial illiteracy is specifically regarding the retirement spending, the smart use of credit, the knowledge effects on gambling, and the promotion of a savings culture for the young country, which we're trying to build right now. So when we look towards the review of the budget in 2026, which is proposed in the 25th of February, what we commend is that we do thank the process of the tax-free savings account, which was initiated from 36,000 Rand all the way to 46,000 Rand. Then looking towards the retirement fund deduction limit, we went from 350,000 Rand all the way through to 430,000 Rand. And what we acknowledge is obviously the saving challenges which have been put into the mix. As the Minister acknowledged, our national savings and investment rate is far below the levels needed to create a generational wealthy South African, specifically looking towards young individuals. And we fully agree with these assessments that have been made and looking specifically towards the basis for shared advocacy that the Ministry of Finance has put together, as well as the National Treasury has put together for building the youth as a whole. We also do commend the skills development reform, where the budget does commit to reorganizing the CETA and NSF ecosystem, then also looking towards institutional stability of debt stabilization, FATF grey list and removal, then looking towards the credit rating upgrade as a whole. Then we look towards the concerns that we possibly had with regarding the national budget and obviously the process regarding it. We look at the financial literacy not being funded. We obviously see now that despite the positives, well, we have several concerns regarding this. We say financial literacy is absent as a funded national priority. We see education receives 23.7% of the consolidated expenditure. However, spending focuses primarily on basic and early childhood educational infrastructure, and there is no dedicated budget line specifically for the financial literacy. There's no funded national strategy addressing the 49% of illiteracy rate. Then looking towards the gacted sector policy gap, we look towards the budget's treatment of gambling sector is fiscally pragmatic, but developmentally insufficient, as we see the gambling industry with a 1.5 trillion Rand annual turnover receives no targeted regulatory or revenue attention. This proposed 2011 withholding tax on the gambling winnings above 25,000 Rand still does remain unimplemented, still 15 years later. What we then see is overall the schools reform lack that has financial literacy requirements. While CETA reform agenda is obviously welcome, as mentioned earlier, the budget still commits only to exploring the reorganization. It does not necessarily commit to financial literacy. Then looking towards the transport access and education and the digital financial consumer protection, where we see online lending platforms, digital payment adoption, and the unregulated digital betting markets, which are tampering at the pockets of our young South Africans. So our recommendations as a whole to the Standing Committee on Finance is to look at it into 5 different perspectives. The first one is establishing a national financial literacy fund, where we recommend establishing a dedicated national financial literacy fund within the medium-term expenditure framework, then looking towards the mandates financial literacy and CETA reform. As Treasury proceeds with the CETA National Skills Fund reforms, SASIC recommends that the committee ensures financial literacy competencies become quite mandatory in the clarifications framework. Then when looking towards a gambling levy for youth financial education, where we understand that the gambling sector generates approximately 75 billion Rand in gross gambling revenue annually, we recommend introducing a small levy on the gambling revenue ring fenced for youth financial literacy programs and a problem gambling betting treatment. Then lastly, being number 4 and number 5, we want to expand youth access to tax-free savings accounts, specifically for those aged from 18 to 30 years old, where we increase the tax-free savings account limit, where we increase the proportion of it in terms of how exactly can we make it visible for students and visible for young individuals. Where you want youth participation to be very high, we see that currently at the moment the participation rate is still low, and we recommend that the National Treasury develops a targeted tax-free savings account awareness and access campaign as a whole. Then recommendation 5 is primarily on recognizing the student-led financial or student organizations, where we recommend that the committee does include in its budget review and recommendation report that a formal recommendation on the student-led financial education organizations to be part of inclusionary partners, specifically focusing on how can you build the young education system, how can you build financial literacy, and how can we make the pockets of our young individuals in this country lot more prosperous than it currently is today. We're specifically looking towards building the country on a fundamental base in terms of how can our country's young individuals learn how to save their money, build their money, and to grow their money. As we realize, every rand counts and every cent does count, and we are primarily focused on the youth of this country and looking to grow it further. Thank you very much, Chair, for the presentation and allowing us as SASIC to speak. We are very much excited and willing to help in future conversations and to develop the younger country's ecosystem on financial literacy.
Thank you, SA Student Investment Council. The last stakeholder to make a submission is the Institute for Race Relations, IRR. Over to you.
Sorry, Chair. I need to make a correction. Thank you very much for the opportunity. But the IRR did not make a submission. IRR Legal made a submission. I saw that the secretary had made this error in the schedule, and we had alerted Nkululeko because we wanted to make sure that you would not be misled. But I see the message did not yet get through.
Okay. Nkululeko. Alan.
Hello, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes, Chairperson, it's correct. It's IRR Legal. We have amended the agenda that we sent out this morning.
No, okay.
Right. Okay.
Okay, corrected.
Super. Thank you. Can you see the presentation?
No, we can't.
Oh, sorry. I didn't press share. My apologies. Okay. I believe it's working now.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I will start my presentation now. Thank you very much for the time. So we are presenting again to these committees in regards to the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. And there are a lot of things that we want to talk about. You know, in part, we're delighted to see that there have been these tax adjustments. The bracket creep has been a big issue, and it's something that we have addressed to the members of these committees and to Treasury directly, in particular, through a range of its public submission platforms. And seeing that kind of response is good. We're in a very different place to where we were last year, where Treasury's initial proposal had been to raise tax, particularly to raise VAT, which is the most regressive tax, in order to pay for an increasingly failing state. Now we're seeing something much more balanced and reasonable, and that's good. But there is still a major problem, and I'm going to focus on one problem here, really, because it's the end of the day. The committee's heard a lot of things. I imagine some of the members of the committee might even have, well, I assume everyone's awake and with it, but you know, it has been a long day. So I won't burden you with many issues. I'm going to burden you with one issue, BEE premiums, which lack transparency. There's no transparency in the cost of BEE premiums in this fiscal framework and revenue proposal suite of documents. There's no transparency on the indirect cost of BEE premiums, and that's going to be worth separating from the direct cost. And moreover, the premiums that are going to be spared, whatever they are unaffordable. So, you know, we've heard some, there are different ways of measuring whether the government is getting bigger or smaller. The state, I should say, is getting bigger or smaller. But perhaps the most important one is arguably the following: to look at value for money in an ideologically neutral way. You know, right wingers always want to cut the size of the state, and left wingers always want to grow the size of the state. But members of this committee who represent ordinary South Africans are not going to be ideologically committed like that, just to always want to cut or always want to grow. Rather, I think members of this committee might want to ask themselves, are we getting value for money? When we spend more tax, are we getting better services and delivery? And the answer is clearly no. This graph shows government effectiveness is the green line, falling from a baseline of 100 to 49 on the worldwide governance indices measure published by the World Bank. And one of the fastest declines in the world over that period. And at the same time, state revenue as a proportion of GDP climbed dramatically. So, you know, you're getting less effective government, but you're spending a greater proportion of GDP on it. That's a value for money collapse. The problem, we believe it's fair to say, is trying to multitask at the pinch point of procurement. Multitasking facilitates state capture. You have thousands, tens of thousands of procurement officials around the country managing over 1.2 trillion rands worth of expenditure. And they're not only being asked to do the very difficult thing of trying to get the best deal for the taxpayer, even more importantly, for the South African, who's supposed to be on the receiving end of goods and services, they're also being asked to pick and choose winners and losers based on non-value for money considerations. This is not just our opinion as IRO Legal. The Zondo report, volume 1, page 797, systemic analysis of state capture, the Harvard Growth Labs report, the IMF's report, the World Bank's report, all of them have identified this problem of multitasking at the pinch point of procurement being the major systemic facilitator of ongoing state capture. The Zondo dividend, in other words, what you could save if you removed this multitasking problem, is estimated to be 150 billion rand per annum. 17 billion rand of that is estimated to be direct savings, and 135 odd billion rand is estimated to be indirect savings. In other words, we think preference premiums are only 17%, are only 17 billion rand, relatively small in a 1.2 odd trillion expenditure layout. But the facilitation of a method by which it can be abused, the system, is the greater problem. And even President Ramaphosa, in his response to the Zondo report, his official letter, you can read it on the Treasury website, says, I understand, in fact, that this pinch point of procurement has become a convenient place for corrupt agents to take things because it is so overburdened with multitasking. Okay, that's an overview. But what about your task? What about specifically this committee's task? Is it your task to look at this issue? Or, as we heard last year from some members, is BEE completely irrelevant to budgetary considerations? It's something that must be tabled in the course of the ordinary business of Parliament in relation to particular regulations and statutes? Or does the budget, does the fiscal framework, does the budget review have something specifically to do with this? Well, let's look at what your statutory duties are and the statutory duties of the executive branch that you oversee in this, which is Treasury. The Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act defines the fiscal framework as including estimates of all expenditure. Okay, so expenditure includes BE premiums. It's common cause. Everyone agrees that BE premiums are part of public procurement. So they should be included on that basis, okay, by the body that you oversee. The Estimates of National Revenue Expenditure 2026 document, covers 2.6, 2.9 odd trillion rands per annum consolidated government expenditure. That's a huge amount of money. It covers 1,095 pages tabulating estimated expenditures. Not one mention of BE premiums or preference premiums is in there. Preference premiums are provided for. Are they being spent? Yes, we know that because of various things. Treasury official William Matabula has repeatedly assured us of it, but in particular, the law requires it. Section 2(1)(b) of the Triple PFA with the 80-20-90-10 point system, as everyone in this member the committee knows, the premiums are capped at 11.1% for contracts above 50 million, 25% for smaller contracts, and they're provided for in Chapter 4 of the PPA, which is supposed to be coming in soon, according to SONA. Okay, those are statutory duties. What about constitutional duties, which specifically speak to this committee? Well, Section 215 states that budgetary processes must promote transparency. Okay, this is a budgetary process. Is it promoting transparency about BE premiums? If we all know, because the law requires it, that they're going to be spent, but the amount that's going to be spent is nowhere mentioned, either in a backward-looking fashion or in a forward-looking fashion. No, we're not promoting transparency. So it's your duty now, I submit humbly to the honorable members of this committee to promote transparency by calling for the explicit recognition of the amount of BE premiums that were spent and the amount that are estimated to be spent in the ENS. And since Treasury has already published the ENS, for the committee to ask Treasury to amend the absence of any forecasted expenditures and say, you know, well, what do you think it's going to be? National legislation under 2152 must prescribe that budgets in each sphere of government must show the way in which proposed expenditure will comply with national legislation. Okay, so the fact that the way public procurement BE premiums are spent falls a little bit under the PPA and the Triple PFA, which is separate legislation, BE Act. That doesn't mean it doesn't fall under this budget. Budgets must show how that proposed expenditure is supposed to comply. 216 says there must be transparency in expenditure control, including by uniform expenditure classifications. There isn't a uniform expenditure classification on BE premiums. There must be. The Constitution says must. Uniform Treasury norms and standards. Again, this committee should ask Treasury to make that happen. And 217 says the procurement system must be transparent. 2172 says that there can be preferential categories. So what's going on with BE premiums is so important that the Constitution sets aside a separate provision for it. But the budget of 1,000 pages can't set aside one tabulation of it. That's crazy. The Constitution thinks it's important. You should think it's important as well. National Treasury instructions make it clear that these BE premiums are being recorded at the point of contract. Instruction number 1 of 2015-16 4.2 stated that preference points claims must be recorded at the point of each bid, and so must the contract price. All you need is the price points and the preference points, and you can calculate the BE premium for the bid award. The replacement instruction number 9 of 2022-2023, section 3.3 requires bid information to be recorded for all of them, and the bid information clearly includes the preference points claims and the contract price claims, which are required by the Triple PFA, which is currently the governing legislation. And if you go onto SARS's website and you look at their open publication of their tender process, you can calculate all kinds of BE premiums. It shows they have everything that you need to do it. So this is clearly being recorded. You know, when a government organ of state is doing it properly, you can see that it's being done. So the problem is not that it's not being recorded. The problem is that this committee, year in and year out, for 30 years, 25 years, has failed to do its job of oversight and say to Treasury, you need to show us the money, show us how much you plan to spend. This can be remedied. Treasury has the power under the Section 76 of the PFMA to set up the relevant norms and standards and classification. It can also issue instructions under Section 63 of the PPA if that comes into place in the course of this financial year. So it's empowered either way. We have separately submitted to this committee, and I implore you to read it, draft regulations, instructions that Treasury could issue that, for example, define the base price, define the preference premium, define the BE premium in strict legal terms. The second major point is that the new costs coming in of the PPA, which the president promised is going to come in the middle of the year, is that it not only imposes direct BE premiums, but also a new set of costs for calculating BE premiums. Currently, they're very easy to calculate. I've just shown they're already being recorded at point of contract. But in the new system, cost effectiveness is an evaluation criteria that must be established for all bids, but those bids have set aside pre-qualification and so on. That means to find cost effectiveness, the state has to go and find what the hypothetical price would be on the open market, which itself is costly. It can't rely on the bid process to produce the best cost as one of the bids. And no provision is made for this extra cost of going out and finding the price for all contracts. That needs to be budgeted if the PPA is going to be in there, so it's not, so it shouldn't be. Finally, the procurement mix of BEE, according to the DTIC, we're looking here at the breakdown of majority Black-owned companies getting paid by the state, covering about 1.2 trillion rand. And if you exclude SOEs and you just look at those where you've got private companies that are racially classified, it's like 70% of that money is going to majority Black-owned businesses. I think that's great. I think it also means you clearly don't need a BEE system anymore. Black-owned businesses are making most of the money. That's great. Let's move on. Let's maximize value for money. We did polling. 54% of people want maximum value for money. 28% want maximum value for money with race as a tiebreaker. Only 17% want BE premiums. No surprise. Why? We've got a value for money bill that we have published that shows you how you can solve this problem. You know, to go through some more polling, 54% of respondents last year to the Institute of Justice and Reconciliation poll said that BE has gone far enough and should be phased out. 76% said hiring should be based on merit. That's obviously not relevant to this committee, excepting in a broad background sense. 67% say race categories do more harm than good. 81% say they prefer BE premium, zero BE procurement system. That is relevant to this committee because that is to do with the budget. 80% say that South Africa is going in the wrong direction. That's a background fact that you need to think about. Are you helping or harming that? Are you helping us change the direction? So the solution, again, the value for money bill, that would help get rid of unaffordable BE premiums. That is a separate issue that this committee should be debating, I think, at this stage, but tabling at another stage. But at this stage, the immediate thing that the committee can do is push Treasury to get transparent about direct and indirect costs pursuant to Section 217(2) of the Constitution. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
The last stakeholder is better governance. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to yourself, members of the committee, and the fellow stakeholders. Chair, I'm attempting to flight my presentation. If you can just give me a moment. Yeah. Is my screen visible, Chairperson?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair. I really appreciate this opportunity. As I say, I'm Sabelo Chalufu. I'm the founder and director of the Better Governance Initiative. Our work focuses on bridging the gap between policy and lived experience, and thus much of our work relates to bringing residents into public processes, and we are particularly interested in local government. And that is why our submission focuses on the equitable share allocated to local government. So, Chairperson, as I say, what we are interested in is what is allocated to local government as things stand right now. As it stands, it's 9.4 billion rand. 63% of municipalities that, as Treasury has identified, are in financial distress. 88 municipalities are running on unfunded budgets. There's a 30 billion rand number on your screen. You can see it has been established by the Department of Cooperative Governance and as well as SALGA in a recent study that they've done. And 2 weeks ago, in fact, on the day of the presentation of the budget, they reported this to the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance. The funding problem then is a large problem. There are multiple elements to it, and I won't get to all of them as our detailed submission has been is with the secretaries as well as this presentation. So we rely on members having a look at that at their leisure. But the funding problem in local government is a serious problem that no one who is a good faith and serious actor in the system seriously disputes. And we are asking then Parliament to make the correction in this budget cycle, at least to begin the work of making the proper correction on that. We say a correction in light of the constitutional requirement that Parliament needs to apportion to local government, provincial government, and national government a division in terms of the nationally raised revenue that is equitable. Our submission, Chairperson, is that Parliament has the authority to engage this issue. It is something that it repeatedly comes up in forums of Parliament and in these kinds of processes, but there's not been much of positive movement. Our argument, honorable members, is that the 9.4 that has been allocated, it doesn't meet the standard that is required by the Constitution. And SALGA and the Department of Cooperative Governance have determined that, have quantified the gap in the funding of local government in the form then of, firstly, the 30 billion that is currently being utilized and spent by local government on functions that are assigned to national and provincial government. Further, they then also quantify that in an ideal context, a properly equitable share for local government would be an additional or a total further contribution in the form of 150 billion rand. And that 150 billion rand then, Chair, takes us to our next slide, which is that in percentage terms, that would take the correct, as they propose, the correct equitable share for local government to 17.8%. Now, you can see that the two numbers, 9.4 as it currently stands and 17.8, are quite far apart. We do not propose that Parliament immediately jump from the one to the other. In fact, we support the two processes that are currently in place to attend to the issues that we are dealing with. The first being Treasury's review of the local government funding model, and the second being the COGTA's review of the white paper. And the white paper would then deal to a large extent with the issue of the mandates problem. However, Chairperson and members of the committee, the 30 billion that we are currently, or rather that is currently being spent, and we propose that Parliament consider to what extent it is minded to make an additional contribution or allocation for local government, is in the context of the fact that this 30 billion is being spent today. And in the expenditure of it today, which I'll come to in our next slide, there is a direct consequence then on the basic services that municipalities are able to give to residents, stakeholders, and the like. But for purposes of this slide, however, the two numbers, if you take them together, you take the 30 that has been identified, and you take the 182, which is currently allocated, that would take us to the 10.9 that we support Parliament moving to. As promised then, Chair, we come to the consequences of the unfunded mandates problem. And the consequences of it is that if, as is currently happening, the municipalities are spending money on mandates that belong to other spheres of government, that means they are taking money away from the responsibilities that are their core function in actual fact. And that shows itself in the basic service delivery crisis that we are currently experiencing, in the form of water problems, in the form of roads and stormwater, electricity, waste removal, public spaces. You could go on, the list is almost endless. And this problem, honorable members, affects all municipalities across the board. I'll give you a little bit of that as well, but it affects all municipalities, metros, districts, and local municipalities across the country, both the wealthy ones and the ones that are not wealthy. I accept, honorable members, that when one proposes or suggests that municipalities, local government needs to be given more money, an immediate anxiety is, what about the current issues in local government related to wastage and the looting of public funds? We acknowledge the issue, honorable members. And in fact, we advance a slightly different argument, that accountability and proper funding are not mutually exclusive imperatives. In fact, they are mutually reinforcing. Chronically underfunded municipalities cannot build the institutional capacity that they require in order for them to do the work that is properly required, including in the form of safeguarding properly the resources within their domain. And we've done then, after sending our submission, we've done a very short survey of just residents in general. And 82% of residents support increasing accountability measures and funding alongside, or rather, they also support the increasing of accountability measures. There's a further then dimension to this issue that the proper funding of local government is in fact a proper economic policy issue, in the sense that a properly functioning local government sector stimulates the economic development right at the ground, right where it belongs, right where it's most needed. And when you have the opposite effect, i.e., when municipalities are battling to function, you have residents and stakeholders, ratepayers leaving the system. Either they relocate, or they do not pay, or they default, and the like. And that is deleterious for all of us across the country. The argument is much more detailed in our submission. We would refer honorable members there. And as I've said, Chairperson, we did a survey on this matter, and we've asked residents, and you can see here on the slide, the three areas where residents feel the most pain as a result of the service delivery crisis that is, as we submit, in part an issue of the funding crisis. They experience it in water the most, stormwater, and roads and roads, as well as then electricity as well. And we can also engage multiple other elements of it, such as, for instance, the fact of awareness of residents about how this issue impacts them, other than just in the ways that we've just described. But you can also see there that 70% of residents, in fact, support the increase of the local government share, and they further support 52% further support on a basis of there being increased enforcement of accountability measures. Chair, the recommendations then that we would make, and we are contained in our substantive submission, is that we believe from our analysis, it is possible for the reallocation to be done within the proposed framework, and that the reallocation be done in such a way that does not necessarily underfund other spheres per se. And in the event that then the finance committees are minded in that direction, we are happy for the finance committees to amend the fiscal framework, to accept the fiscal framework as it currently stands, apologies, and include simply the requirement or proposal that the allocation for local government ought to be increased at the next stage, at appropriations, honorable members. Secondly, that we also accept that it is possible that the finance committees might intend to or resolve to amend the fiscal framework for reasons either of our proposal or for another one. And in that scenario, then we would suggest that any amendment should include an increase, nevertheless, in the local government equitable share. And I want to just, as I close, Chair, also make the point that we are not married to the number of either 30 billion or 1.5% more. Naturally, that is an issue that is the domain of Parliament to resolve and to decide in its wisdom. We simply are proposing that the number should be increased, the percentage should be increased in this budgeting process, and begin the journey of stabilizing municipalities in the long term. The further processes by Treasury and by COGTA can then take the matter forward for a more deeper long-term solution. But this is money that is currently within the system. It affects everybody across the country, and it is bad for all of our for all of our lives. And then finally, Chairperson, and honorable members, there are 4 options that we submit are before Parliament for it to consider. We have the preferred one that I've spoken to directly, that this can be done within the existing framework, in such a way that local government increases and national and provincial government either end at or above the 2025-2026 revised estimates. The second option that is available is if in the event Parliament is minded in this.
In conclusion?
Sorry. Yes, Chair. Yes, indeed, definitely. These options are available there. They're in our presentation as presented here, and they're also contained in our substantive submission. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you. That was the last stakeholder to present, honorable members. Now is the time for members to engage the presentations. Clarity seeking questions and or comments. Honorable Switzer.
No, thank you, Chair. Am I the only one?
I know the others who are following you can proceed.
Okay, no, thank you, Chairperson. Thanks again for the presentation and the opportunity, Chair. Chair, I wanted to make an input or raise our forward questions to National Liquor Trader submissions. I saw that they made a submission, but they did not make a presentation. So I don't know if I should proceed, and then the secretary will write to them and then we get the response, or because most of my questions are based to them. They only made a submission, but not an oral presentation.
Are they here in the platform?
No, they made a written submission, but they did not do a presentation.
So let's send them written questions if they are not
Okay,
here.
I'll forward to the secretary. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Swiss.
All right.
Honorable Beasley. Honorable Beasley, are you there?
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, just to thank everybody for their presentations. A lot of thought and details gone into their presentations, many thoughts expressed. So just to thank everybody for their presentations, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Beasley, for your comments. It looks like those are the two honorable members who wanted to make inputs at the end, Honorable Switzer and Honorable Beasley. So Honorable Switzer, you will forward the questions to Alan and Kululek, and then we'll get the responses, which will also be forwarded to National Treasury and SARS. I think we are coming to an end of our engagement with the stakeholders today. So SARS, National Treasury are here. They will come back on, is it Friday, Alan and Kulek?
Yes, Chairperson, it's Friday.
Yeah, they will come back on Friday with responses, and stakeholders are invited to attend the Friday meeting. Are there other announcements?
Chair, for Standing Committee on Finance, meeting tomorrow morning, virtual 9 o'clock. GEPF and DEPA annual report. So the board will send the link and documentation for this meeting. Thanks, Chair.
From my side, Chairperson, is to the stakeholders. We have sent them a communication from the two committees via emails. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I think we are done with announcements. Let me thank honorable members for having been in this meeting from 9 until now. I know this afternoon we've got a very busy program in the NA, I think also in the NCOP. Thanks very much for holding on. And also thank stakeholders for being with us from morning until now. As I've said, you are invited to attend the responses coming from Treasury and the SARS on Friday. And also thank the support teams from the two houses. The meeting is adjourned. In this regard, we'll meet again on Friday, but for SCOF, we'll meet tomorrow. Thanks very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you.